Hello, everyone, and welcome to Shark Tank Shallow Waters. I am Dense Microwave, and I am joined by Moku, and we are going to be your commentators for tonight. We got any big expectations for the Big 40 of Shark Tank?
I don't think I really do have many expectations. We know that Steph's gonna be in here, so I'm expecting some great battles out of Div 12 tonight. We know that Wallace Steelers has some GOAT stronghold, according to our.
Yeah, we got some
And
good teams in this bracket potentially. We're going to start it off with seeing Wallace Steelers versus Shark Bait. I've heard of Alpine. Hell, I saw that ping earlier. I have like every LFG roll. I saw Alpine pinging for probably this very event earlier. So, very likely a good pickup we got here for the fanfics. I kind of like the name. And dude, not from Sonic Robo Blast 2. Do you know any of these guys?
Alpine is my GOAT, or Alpine is my GOAT. I keep thinking it's Alpine just because of the way it's spelled, but she's my GOAT. I'm not too familiar with the other three people on her team. Tamino is the director of Stronghold, according to Oxy.
Yeah, we're
Awesome to
getting
hear.
intel about Samio being the director of Stronghold. Very goated company, but company. Why did I say company? I mean, you can think of them like one, but they're not really drawing a profit. I biffed the number. That's on me. It's Shark Tank number 39, not 40, and we'll be starting off with Ship Cargo Co. on Splat Zones. This is a pretty, that's a relatively backliner sector map, and we're jumping right into the action. We're going to be seeing that pencil aforementioned backliner potential from those top left and right sides, and a double splattling coming out on the side of Shark Bait. We're going to be seeing a lot of movements from that carbon. It's going to be about that carbon and how Wallace Steelers can potentially shut them down.
Indeed, it will be. Carbon is a rat. I do not envy anybody who has to face a rat Carbon. We got Onion out here. Onion's a pretty good Dread player. I really admire how they can use Dread.
Yeah, and this is kind of just a semi-passive start. Wallace Steelers doing exactly what they need to do, putting on that pressure early, because they just let the Shark Bait paint. That carbon is just going to appear next to them, except their comp does have a few good tools like Splash Wall and Point Sensor to deal with that carbon roller, but it's going to be about trying to sniff them out and get rid of that. But the carbon roller does take a kill, starting a streak, and dies before anything else, and the game kind of goes to this pseudo-neutral state with Sharkbait in the zone.
Sharkbait definitely in the zone. We have Onion jumping out here with 42 points and counting down. 4 minutes left to go with a splashdown coming out here, and if I were Sharkbait, I would want to try to find a way in, but knowing that y'all have time, so it's just B-Mini out here.
What specials does holding as much as they can. Holding as much as they can before jumping out, actually getting a decent amount of value before having to leave. Now, Sharkbait's all going to be on that retake. They're going to get a lot of specials pretty quick to do so, because they have a lot of painting weapons. The Reslider comes out straight for the zone, gets a pick, and the Ultra Stamp for follow-up. This is kind of a massacre. 2 down on the side of Wallace Steelers, and this carbon is going to be online immediately. Just getting a nice trade and letting people kind of get back into play, but it's just the fact that Wallace Steelers had Tacticooler, they're kind of still holding on.
Indeed, going toe-to-toe against each other. This is a very equal match, and the seed is seed 6 versus seed 20. So if seed 20 wins, this could be a big upset. Wallace Steelers now having no size advantage. Well, of course it's size neutrality, but no paint advantage.
Yeah, Sharkbait is kind of a very neutral team, trying to play to the paint of 2 Splattlings and a Dreadbringer to get that carbon in. And the Ultra Jet does come out. We are seeing some specials fly in from the side of Sharkbait, and trying to make those get a Shark Bite on the enemy team during this Shark Tank. Wallace Steelers, though, finding their end, having some good just sustain that Glugas and that Blaster can take fights over a longer period of time, and that endurance is going to be what keeps them the point. 15 picks until penalty goes out, and then they can have a chance to really threaten to get lead right after that. We gotta wait for specials and see what Sharkbait does.
Seems like Sharkbait is fighting for their lives as no more penalty points can be counted on more Steelers. And that is Commentator's curse because now they got 35 more points and Sharkbait saves it. And with the Booyah Bomb coming out, if I was Walrus Steelers, I would want to keep doing what I'm doing. Don't let up. There is a V-Mini over here, but that goes down too. Fan is sharking over here, gets picked off. Nice disadvantage for Sharkbait.
Yeah, like Wallace Steelers wasn't really that down even if Sharkbait got the zone, they really didn't have the space to sustain. We're at 40 points. We're about to get that lead swap. Here comes another reslider. We were getting so many of these resliders, but it wasn't enough to flip the lead. And now you can't just reslider to the zone to get yourself back into advantage. You have to actually lock in, get that zone flip. If you even can get the zone flip anymore, they have been really good at spamming zone flips with their impressive amounts of paint, but I mean, they need to hold the zone on top of just painting it. And they seem to have gotten a decent hold off of that just by getting some good picks with a slider and a quick carbon push. But going a 2 down like that pretty quickly could mean the end of their push. Now that the wider angles have been developed, now that the crab tank is out, it could be potentially bad. But, oh, the Wallace Steelers getting pushed into a corner by the enemy, by Sharkbait. It's a little tricky, and the lead swap is really close. We'll have to see if they can actually keep that lead. The paint is just barely there for Wallace, unless the slider comes out, flips the zone, and now we have a quick lead swap. This carbon's gonna drop in for a double kill to help seal the game. There it is. There's one. There's two.
There's a rock.
Before any other things, but that should be enough ticks.
Whoa.
Match.
I thought they were gonna save it.
Keep us on the edge of our seats, almost flipping the match.
Indeed, we love to see the score switch here. Well, we would have loved to have seen a... Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's pretty good on them.
Indeed, it was. And which seed is 6th? Which seed is 20?
It's Sharkbait getting the win and the point of the match. Now they'll be advanced. Now both teams will be advancing to Hagglefish Market, and it's gonna be a little harder. I mean, do we want to say that Reslider 2 Splatlings kind of helped them out significantly in Splat Zones? Having all that paint means Splat Zones is likely your best mode. Having a carbon just constantly ride around, but how much more of a chance do we think Wallace Steelers have in tower control having a Galuga with that Booyah Bomb?
I'd say it's a very strong chance. A very good shot. Hagglefish Market is the bread and butter Splatoon, and it's usually neutral, so we could be seeing a lot here. And apparently Sharkbait is seed 20. So that was pretty good going up against a seed 6 team like that.
Seeds are just a social construct, is what I've always thought. You can break past them. We just kind of made seeds to make things, try and make sense of things, but when you think about it, nothing in Splatoon really makes sense. Like, why did they give Blaster extra blast radius, or why did they buff Tentabella after like 8 years of doing nothing to it? You know, like, I mean, I'm not against. I love buffing Tentabella. We should do that a little more, maybe. But
can we buff Inkbrush?
Do we buff Inkbrush? Inkbrush did not need to go faster. In the words of a wise one, Inkbrush did not need to go faster.
Yes, it does. It needs... I have a whole laundry list of things that it needs. It needs a better Splat Bomb. It needs... The whales need to be buffed a little bit.
Okay, we fix your... Okay, let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. We fix your fall-off damage a bit to make it so you can kill from a little bit further away, so you stop getting, like, gypped out of kills. And in exchange, Tentabella Shield becomes stronger. Object multipliers from things like Stamper become less pronounced. Anyways, that'll just make Tent Brush comps even stronger, but that doesn't matter because we ain't got no tents in Brush. This match that's coming up, we get to see potential comp switches, none coming from Steelers and none coming out from Sharkbait, and we'll be able to see how they approach this rollout.
Indeed, and we're both going to go off to the races here. Tower control on here. I was going to say Hammerhead. Hagglefish Market. Okay, so it's not zones, but still.
You can see a sort of neutral rollout from Sharkbait just like they did last time. But this crab tank angle, I've never seen anything like it before. It actually hits a very good amount of the map. The pencil watching the entire other side of the map locks down all of mid, but unfortunately Wall Steelers isn't able to find their way in. As a result of that, the blaster is actually just running it down, getting 3 kills and winning them the tower really early on. That spotling hanging out for dear life just barely goes down, and this first check, it's pretty pivotal on this map, and they're just gonna probably take it really quickly. We could see some good things for this tactical or this booyah bomb, but we're burning these specials really early. We may run out of momentum for that next checkpoint, especially with Sharkbait coming back with their own row of special weapons.
Sharkbait being put on the back foot while the Steelers going in. Like, was in a china shop. Then, nah, we're gonna put our s'mores here. We're gonna set up a campfire. No s'mores for you. But what is this? The Dread Ringer.
Song without an ending. But hey, my predictions were wrong. Commentators cursed. They were able to keep that momentum for the rest of the entire push. And Wallace Steelers just kind of blows the match blows the Sharkbait right out of the water. I mean, if the Sharkbait's not in the water, then the Shark's got to jump out of the water, get the Sharkbait, and now we got beach sharks. That's not really a good thing, but Wallace Streamers is pretty good.
Indeed they are, and this brings our score to 1-1. We are at match point for the set here. Scorch on Rainmaker. I have 2 questions for you. 1, who would have the advantage? And 2, what do you think the Rainmaker tastes like?
What do I think the rain? I like that second question a little more. What do you think the Rainmaker? You ever had goldfish? It's a snack that's Spider's Bite. It's a golden fish. It's got a no, but it is made of gold, isn't it? Well, let's take the obvious answer and say that it just tastes like metal. It probably tastes like metal.
That's what everybody says, but
have you ever licked a Rainmaker? But the team going in with the advantage is likely going to be, I'd say Wallace Steelers again. Their ability to sustain these quick burst pushes, like having more momentum to keep up pushes after special weapons go out, after paint control may not be in their favor as a result of, not having their splattling set up in proper locations for that carbon roller. And then again, it's not splat zones. They don't have the ability just to slide around the zone or put down a huge amount of paint. But maybe you have a different idea than I do?
I feel like Sharkbait will have an advantage here. For Wallace Steelers, it was just a matter of taking the tower and going ahead, but I feel like with Rainmaker, there's a lot of opportunities for stalling, and I'm not sure how the Reef Slider is going to interact here. But let's see here, we got any comp changes? I don't see any, but I do see that carbon.
We do see the carbon. The question is, will Wallace Steelers see the carbon? They need to find that carbon, just like all the other times they have during the match. It looks like Steelers is likely going to get that pop with their players in better locations, and this is going to kind of sort of win them the opening to burst paint, really pushing that carbon and that mini splattling backwards to try and give them some space to work with.
Ash is going down to Fan as we have a jump out here. Nice teleportation. Onion going around the left side, getting picked off by the Splash-O-Matic. Seems like Wallace Steelers has a good foot forward, but can we keep up the pressure? Because it seems like Sharkbait is going to make bait out of Wallace Steelers right now.
Definitely seems like not really could be like a beta push trying to kite, but they kind of don't kite really well there. The slider comes out, actually gets one before also getting another, actually just barely dodging death and trying to get retake. That's a wipeout, and now Sharkbait will likely be able to get a lot of value off of this. Getting that splattling with the Rainmaker is the perfect setup, and the carbon front running the checkpoint. Now this should be something that really lets them get the checkpoint, because while Steelers is not set up for this defense very well. A little bit of patience with this Booyah Bomb coming out, and I think they should be able to do it. Now getting both checkpoints down means we can get some explosive pushes, only if they can get those checkpoints down. Here come the specials, and here comes the Rainmaker. Bam for the checkpoint, and now we're getting through the match.
Sorry to interrupt. I was going to say Rainmaker has been dunked on the checkpoint. The scores keep... They're kind of almost even. There's like a 7-point difference. But it's really cool seeing how fast Sharkbait has responded to Wallace Stealers. Their Carbon and their Dreadringer are the MVPs of that push. But they have the Rainmaker again.
It definitely seems like this match, Sharkbait is trying to get that mini splatling and that Dreadringer more active, more consistently active. Noticing that they were playing too
Ooh.
passive early on, we see that Dreadringer and this mini splatling and Carbon just getting multiple kills on multiple sides of the map. We immediately grab that fish, and now we're just gonna move with it. Now that we dunked that Rainmaker like a Dunkachino, we're gonna be able to keep on moving it forward after getting some splats. We're looking at another special rotation from Wallace Steelers if they don't get exploded by a Reslider first! Unfortunately, that is exactly what happened, and the Rainmaker almost takes a huge lead, except the wipeout comes out only the Carbon to pop the Rainmaker. Do we have to worry about tactical respawns? Yes, we do. It's not going to be easy for them to get that lead. 62 points. They must have exactly tied it, and we have to wait and see if they can get that pop, which they couldn't.
And Rainmaker ends up going off the map with a member of Wallace Stealers, but that was awesome seeing Carbon Roller being the lone survivor in that whole scuffle.
I'm personally experiencing some technical difficulties, but seeing from the slideshow presentation I have been provided with, the Rainmaker is a little yellow, it shields a little yellow, but it's on the blue side. They'll be able to clear out Wallace Steelers and get it back, unless a Splashstone comes out and takes down 2, and Moki, I need your eyes to commentate this set.
Oh, it seems like Wallace Steelers has taken the lead here, a massive lead of 40 points over 62. They are making sure nobody attacks them. They're not even going in, which is a testament to Sharkbait's awesome defense here. And once they can defend, that's when they can push. But they don't seem to have the paint to usually get the first push. Or, I'm sorry, usually get the first pop. But now they did.
The Rainmaker still hasn't been grabbed. They're still playing to reset in a very scary way. The Reslider does come out to try and ward them away, but it does die quickly. The Carbon Roller flank could get 2, only gets 1, has to disengage. Actually does get 2, just by going in and out like a just kind of rubber banding right back to the enemies, bouncing in and out to actually keep up the pressure. And now Sharkbait needs to make sure they can get control of that Rainmaker soon, because there's only 40 seconds left on the clock for them to lead and them to get another point to help them get brackets. Alpine almost dying to that bazooka would have been a really pivotal pick for Sharkbait. Unfortunately, they go 1 down, and this kind of makes things swing against their favor. We'll have to see if they can actually set up an overtime push.
And what it looks like to me, it seems like Sharkbait is in a position where they do have the map control and they do have the advantage, but it seems like they might be panicking a little bit, and I would be panicking in their shoes too if we were staring down the barrel of a potential win with overtime happening and then losing the Rainmaker. I don't know how they lost the Rainmaker, but that is a nerve-wracking situation, and feels like they just got robbed too, because look at all that map control.
Yeah, but sometimes paint control isn't just map control. Despite having all the map control, Wallace not having as much paint on the map, Wallace Steelers was still able to pull out that win. Why am I talking about the gram, bro? I don't even scroll on Instagram. I'm personally having some issues in Discord, so apologies if my eyes fail to be able to tell what is going on in this match, as if Splatoon isn't a very fast-paced, hard to keep track of game first. But that is going to be the end of this first set. A pretty good few close matches. I'd say this was a good first set.
It really was. It was really rewarding to watch, and even though Sharkbait didn't get the upset, it was really cool seeing that they could stand toe-to-toe against some pretty strong teammate on the side of Wallace Steelers. Alpine is really powerful, to be fair.
Pencil was doing a very good job with holding down space, being able to just take shots at splattlings for free. It's just, what a good feeling to fight V-Heavy as a Pencil, maybe. Some people don't like it in meta, but I'm sure all the Charger players are getting good target practice against this like weird splattling meta we're seeing ourselves in.
Indeed. I completely agree with you. Anyways, we're gonna go to a break. Stick around. There will be more Shark Tank after this break. I was gonna say after these messages, there's really no message except for
Except
drink
for the fact that we're
water,
sponsored by Red Bull. Okay, bye.
drink water, eat food, and hide your rainmakers. I might try to eat them. And welcome back to Shark Tank Shallow Waters 39. My name is Moku. I have successfully stolen some rainmakers. I'm going to turn them into sashimi. And I'm still joined with the awesome, intense microwave. How are you feeling about the next set?
It's always, you can't really feel anything. It's a lot of suspense and surprise. Sometimes you think in these early matches, in this Swiss stage, is this Swiss? Oh god, dear god. This Swiss stage, that you would think that there'd be like, oh, it's just throwaway matches. It's gonna be a wash real quick, but sometimes it really isn't. You really get to see these really close matches, and you just never really know what to expect when it comes to what may happen in Splatoon 3. So honestly, I'm not sure what to expect. I know we're not seeing any Tenebrella though. No one here likes Tenebrella. Everyone hates Tenebrella.
Tenebrella is the bane of my existence. I am literally struggling against Tenebrellas and all sorts of Brellas with a brush main. And who is the Brella main on either of these teams? I forgot.
We know of a Brella main on these teams. I personally don't know many of these faces, but I do like the purple Pikmin profile picture. I do enjoy that a lot. If anything, I'd assume it'd be on the Fishy S-Blast 92 users. We'd see maybe a Brella user on there. Bloom team, though, having that extra member means they got the rotation flexibility to see what they could try and mix and match for different game modes.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, speaking of the Pikmin, so can somebody in chat ping Shiny? Shiny's gotta see this, thanks. But in all seriousness, purple Pikmin is goated.
The big guy, you need him to do that to destroy the water rate, if I recall correctly. That's like how it works. When I played Pikmin 4, I actually haven't played any other Pikmin games. I just played through the main story of 4. Enjoyed it quite a bit.
Indeed. I hear it's a pretty good game series. I have not gotten into it. I looked at a playthrough of the first game, and I understand the general idea, but it's something I could probably appreciate in the future under the right circumstances, like to the point of playing it. And from what I'm seeing here, Let's Go Bloom is a consistent weekly team. We love our weekly teams.
Loving to see members returning their support to Shark Tank Shallow Waters every week. I mean, it could be more people. It could be you. It could be you. In chat. Points at chat.
Could be you indeed.
Me pointing at you.
Shaking your shoulders. Come support our.
No. We're just being nice. We're being nonchalant about it.
We're being nice. We're being cool. Get the sunglasses. Get the sunglasses. Being cool about it.
Getting a quick
Umami ruins. Umami on clams. Sorry, I keep running over you. I'm so sorry.
We're just like spacing it out. Like, okay, there's like 1 second for the pause. It's kind of a thing, you know. You'll have run that into normal conversation. We're seeing clams on Umami ruins. Backliners are pretty nice, but can be a little fishy at times because you still got to move forward a lot on this map. You got to move around to really make the most of both sides of the map and top mid. We're getting ready to roll right into the match to see what kind of comps we're actually going to be looking at. We're seeing...
It looks like a long loading time. I think this is Nintendo. I think Nogami.
Weapons that contains a pencil and a carbon. Another very similar carbon comp with a high amount of paint and a carbon roll. Now we see a 52 NZAP headed vanilla heavy and a stamper to come out to counter it. It's going to be maybe look a little like that last match we could see consistent mid fighting versus carbon roller burst pushing. We'll have to see what happens when they teams roll out and fight over top mid.
I'm sorry to run over that. I just wanted to point out that was a huge kill. I just feel like that was a huge kill. but Bang is out here living up to their name as Space from Underworld.
Bang is
Bit
running
under
around
the ink.
with that 52 gal, trying to take that space in front of the basket, enabling an early score to 53-47. I mean, this is a really great initial push that Fishy S-Blast 92 users have. We could see a lot of potential power from this heavy position on the dome and these consistent fighting of the Stamper. Unfortunately, they quickly go 3 down for those points, but that's just simply the price you have to pay to get such a strong early lead. Now we get to see Bloom Team taking back the middle of the map. We get to see just how much they can paint up for that carbon roll. Unfortunately, going down really early to this crazy 52 dive. The 52 dies for it, but not before taking more attention. But that is a double kill in favor of Let's Go Bloom. We're seeing the Carbon trying to get set up. The Zap not even really thinking about the Carbon, just trying to get the shark kill. Takes a trade, and we're seeing these angles start to kind of get moving. We're seeing things start to get a little moving.
Indeed we are. But Dreadbringer over here on the left side getting that shark out. Mr. Gamer going down to that shark. And tons of paint control goes to Fishy S-Blast, but I feel like they're at a disadvantage. I don't know why I feel that way, because they have the lead and they have balls, but it feels like Let's Go Bloom Team is in a position where they can just retake and take the lead back with just 3 minutes left to go. It's one of those gut feelings that you get when you've seen enough competitive action.
Unfortunately, they did not get the extra pity clam under the basket. They didn't pick it up before it closed, so they are kind of down 1 pity clam, and they don't have many angles to defend from. It might feel like there's something really in favor of them, but they just haven't really gotten that map control. They did get the pity clam now. They'll get an extra pity clam, and this is where we'll get to see that comeback. Getting plenty of passive special charge from having 2 power clams and being at disadvantage, but they have to back up. Unfortunately, going multiple down to this 52 gal Stamper pairing. Fortunately, finally stopping the 52 gal's reign of terror and actually being able to start taking space in mid. Holding that, using the tri-strikes very early to try and catalyze a very quick and spontaneous push to start getting power clams in, but it might not be the best play because now they're stuck at this next choke point. But the reslider comes in, drives through that choke point, and helps get 3 kills. This could be it then, what we were talking about earlier, to get that push that they need.
It seems like it's one of those things. Wait a minute, is this a Blanks cheese? It's a Blanks cheese! I was just kidding! Wait a minute, y'all actually took it back? But y'all still gotta keep that defense up for the next 1 minute and 40 seconds if you don't want Fishy S-Blast to take it back from you. That was awesome!
Yeah, I mean, having only 1.5 minutes to defend for is more than possible, but the Carbon's running in very aggressively to a heavy spotlight that was rather set up. Fortunately, the Pencil was able to help take the trade, so actually, some pretty positive value off of that. That running in actually created the force that they needed to stall, even though it kind of looked like feeding at one point. It was actually kind of a miracle that kind of happened with this play, and being able to hold Fishy S-Blast all the way back there and the last till the last minute is actually really good. This really puts the resources in favor of Let's Go Bloom as they try and make the last stand.
This is indeed their last stand with 50 seconds left to go. Fishy S-Blast has defense and map control, but Let's Go Bloom has the Dreadbringer. Dreadbringer and Pencil are a deadly combination. What'd you see?
A crazy double kill with the push. 2 people walked in front of a splash wall and they paid the price, but they go for a clam score, which unfortunately causes them to walk into a lot of crossfire, and this could be the thing that Fishy S-Blast 92 users really get back into playing, but they don't have more than 1 player in these far forward positions trying to get jumps, but goes down early. They had to break through this threshold again to actually get through the push, but they will have overtime and a wave breaker to help them do so. It could be enough. We're seeing a lot of shots being fired, potentially specials being traded. Almost, maybe. There's the slider, explodes, takes down that zap, and we are just holding the line. There's barely any time left, even with fully swimming potential. There's no way that power clam is getting in with the amount of pain that is happening. Please tell me the power clam is gonna end. My god, the commentator's
No
curse is hard. The
way.
power clam does not quite get in, and Let's Go Bloom takes the first set.
What do you think happened? Do you feel like Fishy might have ended up, you know, getting a little bit overconfident? Well, not overconfident, but do you think maybe they saw that push and thought, oh, well, maybe we can't get through? Like, it feels like they got bottlenecked, but at the same time, it feels like they've missed multiple opportunities to get that lead back. Like, what do you think happened?
Well, for starters, getting pushed to that point, getting pushed to that 25 point, it was just kind of a. I don't think it was really overconfidence. I think it was just Let's Go Bloom locking in, taking that lead. Now, for the
Yeah, I
sake
wasn't trying
of.
to say overconfident.
Oh, my apologies. Fishy
Oh,
S
you're okay.
2 users was trying to get that 52 setup on the dome near the end of the last match. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the jumps. The ambition was not there for the rest of the team. There was kind of a split idea where 3 of the team members wanted to slowly but surely push back in, while the 52 was just in and fighting. They needed to force things a little faster to win that last fight in order to create pressure from multiple angles at the same time. If they can figure out how to set that up more often and properly take that pincer and close it, then they might be able to win this next match on Humpback Rainmaker.
Indeed, but do you remember when I said that Let's Go Bloom would end up taking the win? I thought it was just a random gut feeling, but I didn't think that would actually happen. The Fishy S-Blast users had the advantage. They had everything. They had everything that they could ever ask for, but then Let's Go Bloom ends up getting the lead, and you've already explained the mechanism behind that, but
As it is that gut feeling. I've been kind of not playing Splatoon a lot recently, so you get that gut feeling when you're playing the game. It helps you make decisions. And speaking of the game, we're dropping in right now to Humpback Rainmaker.
you kind of have to develop a gut instinct when you're a hyperdive brush. The only issue is it doesn't really help with teammates. I love all my teammates, but we're getting into it with a heavy edit, okay. And do we see any other comp changes?
Not particularly.
Yeah, it looks about the same.
We're going to be seeing an early pop, very early pop from S-Blast92 users trying to set up. Actually, we lost the Stamper in exchange for, let me see, I believe we lost the Stamper in exchange for a V-Blaster on the side of Fishy S-Blast92 users. Now the Blaster is taking a quick fight early on, getting immediately tri-striked out. What a perfect tri-strikes, restricting S-Blast92 users to only the places that are getting hit by a missile. Now a quick checkpoint, they'll be able to switch back to that Blaster. If they can see it, they can't quite take the Blaster, and they have to pop an entire slider to get rid of one Blaster that's behind them. And it's kind of in vain. That one checkpoint is valuable, but now S-Blast92 users can make their comeback.
And it would be an earned comeback after that last game. And Home 2 has the Rainmaker, but there is a very strong defense on the side of Let's Go Bloom. There is a size disadvantage, but we gotta wait on these strikes. The checkpoint is painted. Where's the Rainmaker? It's getting dunked right now. And if they can get another pop, they can get more points. At least one more is needed to take the lead.
Let's Go Bloom forced pretty far back because of just how many resources that S-Blast92 users have to throw at that choke point. Slider does take the Rainmaker though, taking out the momentum from the push. And here comes the counter pop to try and make things happen. An unfortunate death on super jump landing from the Blaster and a stagger from, I believe, the Splatling. This could actually be a lot better for Let's Go Bloom than it is for S-Blast92 users. We're seeing a lot of damage get spread out by the Dreadringer, but not quite a kill. Here comes the lead for Let's Go Bloom, and the Rainmaker gets stopped, and we might need a multi-kill in order to keep it going. And fortunately that happens, and we just pick up the Rainmaker, get a bunch of extra points, and just say, you know what, I'll pick up this Rainmaker, go fast, it might surprise them. And now they have to deal with retaking the Rainmaker and getting it past 26 in order to win the match.
Oh, but it is a battlefield. It's not going to be easy for Fishy S-Blast. They will have to earn their comeback with 46 points against 26. 20 points is not that much if you can get a clear straightaway. And with the tri-strikes out, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but like they don't go down to it. Mr. Gamer with a secure grip on the Rainmaker, having to bob and weave throughout all of this. Call them Neo, the way they're matrixing everything at this point.
That's a double kill with a reef slider. We can have those kills allow us for an extra momentum. If the Rainmaker does not die to something random, they might be able to get the lead, and they do! Just barely by a few points. Now the Rainmaker will be quickly popped for Let's Go Bloom, and they'll likely be able to drop it down. Don't take the rail all the way, thank you. And now we have to just kind of play to reset the match, get it mid, try and get space again without using specials, so we can stay those specials going forward. Unfortunately, we have to burn some specials to get that mid control.
Unfortunately, you will have to burn some specials like you said. And we're going to guard the Rainmaker over here on the bottom side of the screen until we're... Okay, so we're not going to play reset. We're going to pick it up and then get blown up by a shark. Got it.
Unfortunate playing of events. It's kind of likely due to a miscommunication from the team. That's going to be all players likely dead on the side of Let's Go Bloom. Now we have to figure out how S-Blast 92 players are going to play around this Rainmaker to keep it away from Let's Go Bloom. That's the easiest thing to do when you have a lead like this with only 1 minute left. Now you can't full stall it the rest of the match to really just give people the wonderful game mode experience of Rainmaker. They are slowly inchworming forward, and trying to see what they can do. The slider does come out, and it is the very solid stop to this push. Now, let's see, S-Blast 92 users could get punished for getting a little too overextensive on what they are trying to do with pushing this last 30 seconds. So now the Rainmaker is back in control of Let's Go Bloom.
So if fishy S-Blast users wanted to take the Rainmaker back and keep it away from Let's Go Bloom, I have 2 words for you. Lavaka.
I don't know
what that means. It's a Riptide reference. Lavaka was the one who took the Rainmaker over to the top left.
I was there, man.
Against Moonlight. That was...
Now, maybe I didn't see that set. I was looking at other sets, or maybe
I saw the live stream. I remember what I was drawing.
Let's Go Bloom will be able. Can they take the Rainmaker? It doesn't look like they are going to, with the Rainmaker resetting to mid and no one in position. There's no grab, and Fishy Ass Plus 92 users does take control of this match and gets their points.
Indeed, it was a good comeback. Well earned and hard fought for Fishy S Blast. Now we're going to go into game 3. We're going to see if they can continue the reverse sweep, or if they'll have to try again another set.
See how their strategies might change. It looks like they are willing to change plays around, changing that heavy edit. Let's Go Bloom changing to that heavy edit to see if they can make it work on Humpback. Didn't really go in their favor. Maybe they'll have better luck with Inkblot. Art Academy on tower control. I've heard people call this the battlefield of competitive Splatoon. What do you think about that statement? I don't know.
The battlefield?
I said that.
The battlefield of competitive Splatoon. Do you mean like battlefield as in the game or the setting?
Battlefield as in like the stage in Smash Bros. So I guess technically the setting?
Oh, got it. Okay. And I've got to say, Inkblot Art Academy on tower control is really fun when my teammates are with it. Because then I can actually do some fun... I can do fun hyperdive rat things. But...
yeah.
Like, and I'm not talking about, like, my main teammates, I'm talking about, like, with pickups, which, you know, if I've ever thought of getting through with you before, GG's, heart emojis, it's just, if my rat shenanigans are not supported, this map and mode can easily become cursed.
That step in mid really lets you take a very high initiative in opening to see what you can do to help get that tower to first checkpoint. It's very important to enable that location and just get people to really get behind and get those flanks set up so you can then take that first checkpoint. Because not being able to get through first checkpoint fast enough is pretty tricky, because like if you're trying to take bats and you don't have first checkpoint, the tower just can be stuck so far behind and you're going to lose bats because no one else is able to really push up that far alongside you. without potentially getting any issues with just people flanking while you're on that first checkpoint. We'll have to see how they do opening as well. I've always been curious about what sides you play around.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. It's just all of the. You do not want people. You don't want people getting into your bats. That's my issue. It's like I play on this map, I try to get in their bats, but they always get in mine. I'm over here like, what am I doing out of here? My blanks are too big. And Nogami has forsaken us.
Oh
Never
boy.
mind.
So like this is the special attack where wait, Mogami has forsaken us. No, I feel like we're fine. We're
Yep.
just making a large comp switch.
There is a sticker stamper now, and there is a Pro Frozen on the field. They call it Pro Frozen. It doesn't even look frozen. Like, it doesn't even look icy. It looks like a plant.
It's
Doesn't it look
iced
like a
out in the
plant?
way, like you know, like how money is like iced out. You got that gold chain. That's how it's iced out, and that's not gonna be enough to stop a stamper from walking in and getting multiple kills. We're gonna be able to see some pretty good plays, and they're gonna do exactly what we mentioned earlier. That stamper taking that block and getting a lot of space early. The Booyah Bomb comes out. They should be able to get bats off of this. And honestly, snowball a really strong push. This map has always been historically snowbally. Getting a stamper into this upfront position to potentially help trade out that pencil, and that's likely the second checkpoint. It isn't. Just barely not the second checkpoint. They'll have to re-break the entire checkpoint next push because it will regenerate. That's pretty tough, but a decent rollout, but a tough situation. These two away from a checkpoint, and as we go back to sort of a neutral state, Bloom trying to get their way back in.
Indeed, Bloom will have to try to get their way back in. Like you said, home 2, coming back to mid. And what I want to bring up is that Fishy S-Blast is currently in the lead. I don't know and see it, but can they keep it, or will Let's Go Bloom find an opening? I feel like in a situation like this, Let's Go Bloom is going to end up finding an opening with Mooney going down.
A crazy kill on the Petzl from the not S-Blast using S-Blast 92 team. We're seeing a lot of movement from them trying to get space, using Booyah Bomb to help tank these missiles, almost getting shredded, but not quite. Those missiles can do a lot of damage to Booyah armor, so we have to be careful on these pushes. Being 2 down, they're just trying to throw everything they have left at the tower to get extra points. They broke that whole second checkpoint and got the 19. This is definitely a game-winning push, but if Bloom still wants to win, they don't need to get many points on that checkpoint. They just need to get basically to it. And knowing that they have a bubble junior, able to get another bubble just like that one really quick, it could really help them get back in. But they need to get coordinated. They need to get organized in order to get back in, or else the tower is just never going to be in their favor.
Mr. Gamer is taking up a bunch of paint control and going in for their team. This is a good bubbler and a good wave breaker placement with one going down thanks to Mr. Gamer. So cover fire in this scenario is amazing, but you will want to find a way to get away from those missiles. I was gonna say men for a second. I guess that would. I don't know anybody's gender here. I'm so sorry. Everybody's great.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of missiles, so it would not be a men. It would be like a non-binary thing, but not because it's like between genders, because there's like a lot of them. It's like they, them, not because that's the pronouns a single person uses, but there's a lot of missiles, so it's they, them on the missiles overall.
They, them, plural.
And those missiles were able to help them kind of get this tower back. Let's Go Bloom getting some nice damage in, getting 2 kills, but I mean, it's just really scrappy. None of these kills are perfectly clean, with the Stamper coming in, getting 2, and just kind of completely crushing the push that Let's Go Bloom was so desperately trying to get. 1.5 minutes left, and it's looking really unfortunate for the side of Let's Go Bloom, because they are just not able to get their footing on this tower.
It's a really hard fight, and Fishy S-Blast is at a comfortable 10 points, while Let's Go Bloom will have to really fight tooth and nail if they want to even get close to that score, with 1 minute left.
It's the only minute left, and they're kind of getting some space. It kind of looks like they can potentially start controlling the map, but they have to worry about this Stamper who's just been walking around, inevitable as Thanos himself. We're going to be having to really figure out how to 2v1 the Stamper to really get rid of them, and then we can start our push. As long as Stamper's alive, our push is going to be hard to start. Now we get to see the tower moving a little bit towards the checkpoint within a bubble. That bubble being a bit early, it's going to be hard to get another bubble for the next push. We're going to be seeing a lot of good movement up to this back and getting onto the tower from the side of S92 users. And unfortunately, it just left Bloom. They're not finding the momentum, and this last 20 seconds are going to tick down pretty quickly, but the Stamper dies to a stray bomb. This could be the one. They have to take this. This is a brief opening, but they have to take it. Striking the tower out of pure desperation, not really jumping onto it yet. No one's touching the tower. Touch the tower. Touch the tower. We finally got it. Overtime starts and ends very quickly. Unfortunately, Let's Go Boom could not find their footing anywhere past the first half of the match. It was a really good start, but they couldn't keep the momentum. And as Fishy S Blast 92 users taking that win for that set.
GG's both teams. It was really fun and rewarding to see both of them fight like this. And I'm still not over the comeback that Let's Go Bloom did in the first game. And I didn't even mean to call it either. I just had a gut feeling, and I'm over here like, nah, I'm gonna be wrong because Fishy S Blast has everything that they need. Let's Go Bloom is at a disadvantage, but then I thought, well, Fishy is at a disadvantage, but I didn't really know why. I feel like there was a change in the condition, but I couldn't really put in the work, you know? Anyways, we're about to get into break. Everybody get your water, get your food, and Intense Microwave, what are you gonna say to the people to do during break?
Tower control. That's the first thing that came to my mind. I'm just thinking about it.
But tower.
Welcome back to Shark Tank Shallow Waters. We're rolling into round 3 so far. Maybe right now is beginning of our rolling. Just wait. This is going to be another good match. We've been having a few of those tonight. Hopefully, we can see more of that.
And I'm still Moku. The stream is not loading on my side. Oh no.
Well, we are seeing the match of Malevolent versus Div 12, the team known for having Cephalorock on it and also being one div lower than the minimum of the last Lodi season. Malevolent seeing a few also decent players on it. I feel like I've seen these guys before. A little nostalgia with that profile picture. I believe they are regulars to this stream, so we can see what's off of that.
It's awesome to see more regulars here. I think I've seen some members of Malevolence. I can never say that word to save my life, but Orbiday, I've seen you around. Trinket, I've seen you around. Cephalorock, I can't say any words right. I got the milk and cookies, so I'm already feeling the sugar. Tiny, my goat. I played with Tiny once during one of the girls' duo cup. It was pretty fun.
We are hoping to see another good close match from these teams. It looks like the seeding gap's unfortunately a little large, but when has that ever stopped like good things from happening? You know, we could be seeing some pretty good things.
And Undertow Spillway with Rainmaker is where we're going to start. This is one of those maps and modes where there's an unspoken rule that you go over to the left, but that doesn't stop some folks from going to the right. Which way do you like to go?
Which way do I like to go on Undertow? I mean, it's always got to be left on me. It's just right so sketchy, right so hard. I mean, if you can do the quick throw off and trick the enemy team, and it's all hard stacking left, you can get a quick checkpoint on the right, but not many teams are really going to do that. We'll have to see what they do to kind of start out what they choose on this roll out. Loaded lets us see that we have quite a lot of popping potential on Malevolence with that Dapples, and actually probably equal as much on the side of Div 12. Let's see what they do.
Div 12's comp is absolutely amazing. You've got Cooler, you have Cover Fire, you have Cephalorock on the Dapples, and you've got Slosher to drown out the competition. Meanwhile, on Malevolence, you have another set of buoys, a Sloshing Machine, Heavy Edit, and Forge, which is also a pretty good comp. But which comp do you think has the advantage here?
I'd say that Malevolence having that, well, both teams really have that Dabble. Actually, I think Div 12 has a bit of an advantage. Heavy being able to hold a lot of pain. You can see it holding so much pain control, enabling that bucket to make a lot of pressure. But unfortunately, they grab the Rainmaker a little preemptively and aren't able to maintain that space. It looks like that little advantage they had in their neutral game being a little better from having better pain control kind of fell apart the second they grabbed the Rainmaker and lost a player. Hopefully Div 12 sees the ability to make another push off of this Reslider, off of that Torp. Unfortunately, nothing really comes to be, and Malevolence is starting to make their way to that checkpoint after popping a Reslider of their own and starting to get 2 kills. Not much space is being held, but I think the Rainmaker checkpoint will still come out due to the Div 12 not being in position to particularly stop it from happening. We'll have to see if they can keep momentum for this push.
Indeed, and with Malevolence gaining points, even still getting dangerously close to that checkpoint, it seems as if being out of position was a thing that doomed them to that push. But Nick, taking that Rainmaker, saying, nah, you're not going to put your s'mores here, we're actually going to set them up in your base now. That plan didn't exactly work out, but I see the heart.
we're not particularly in the enemy team's base. We're just trying to get the Rainmaker out in a
Well,
last-ditch
yeah.
effort to help counter this stagger. The Reslider does come out to help get a kill on the Rainmaker. Isn't a trade. Sephiroth is able to stay alive in this scenario, hoping that their teammates can get back in and play around them. But unfortunately, it's pretty slow. But the Forge Pro does die. It is a trade, and Div 12 not really left with the tools to push. Melvin's not quite prepared to make their moves either, but they can just play defense because they have that early push to 17.
Seems like we forced Div 12 onto the defensive. While they have the right idea, it seems like they can't seem to get... It seems like they're bottlenecked, which is a term I use to describe when somebody's offense is so strong and somebody's defense meets them that way, but they can't break through the offense.
Yeah, it's a little bit of more scrappy offenses here. We don't really see as much coming out other than trades. The Tri-Strikes popped rather early, I'd say, but this actually is kind of what they need to do to get that Rainmaker back in their possession. Trying to shred the Booyah Bomb with all their might, just barely getting it and getting away, but now they're just kind of being displaced and forced into weird angles, but they're just right back out. That quick rotation does get them a kill, but unfortunately they're unable to grab the Rainmaker quite yet. The Heavy own demons, I believe, in the backline. They were just trying to get some paint before they grab that rain, and finally being able to start moving in the map again. But now Malevolent, developing a wide angle by dropping players down through mid, can actually just slow down this push drastically. Most of them are in this corner, but I believe one player is being a little rat on the side, causing Sephiroth some pains. Unfortunately, that the trade does come out, and Malevolence's defense is starting to slowly crumble. They have specials to make up for that if it does happen.
I feel like if I was on the side of... I feel like if I was Div 12, I would try to... I don't know what I would do, because it seems like they just keep getting bottlenecked no matter where they go, but I would try to go for a right side push. It's unexpected, and if you can catch Malevolence off guard even once, then that might be the opening that they need to just sweep. With 45 seconds left in the competition here, or in the battle, I mean, every second counts. It's that kind of situation. Wouldn't you agree?
Every second does count, but even with the right side push, it's hard to get to a lead of 17 because you have to go so far after that ramp. Div 12 is really going to be having to look for this ramp push, but they can't even get the Rainmaker into mid for themselves. That timer, though, ticking down to 17, this Rainmaker's eventually just going to explode, especially if they walk backwards and get put into no retreat, making them potentially explode even faster, having 6 seconds left before they just die in a very incredible explosion. And now we're really just kind of stuck in this really poor disadvantage state. Having to break the checkpoint in overtime, it's not really looking up for Div 12. They'll have to push in very slow and steady and use specials to their advantage, but even being 2 down here means it's really hard. Malevolent's actually diving a little more than they should, being able feeding into the slosher and causing this just push to actually start get going. The Tri-Strikes comes out really early, and we might be able to actually see the checkpoint be scored if they don't get sharked!
Ooh! That was just a rat, Corvidae. That was just ratty of you. But I was going to say that this is the thing that could catch Malevolence off guard, because I've seen it before where teams have a comfortable lead, but then they start diving after Rainmaker so much that they start feeding, and then they get panicked, and then they feed some more, and I thought that would be that scenario, and usually it doesn't happen a ton in these tournaments, but when it does, you know what's going to happen. But Malevolence taking the first game.
Very good at show from Malevolence being able to just kind of hold this play and just make it so that Div 12 just never really could find that opening where everyone is in that perfect Goldilocks state to get the Rainmaker moving. That's a big part of Rainmaker offense. You gotta be in that perfect flow, but unfortunately, Div 12 couldn't build that push-up. Now, we'll have to see how they react by going to Haddlefish Market. I feel like teams that are better in may not be that good in Rainmaker will still have a big chance for Splat Zone. Completely different map, completely different mode, a completely fresh start. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. Hagglefish Market on zone. I feel like Div 12 has the advantage here. Because you got your Flatling, you have your Dapple Doolies,
Good
which is
slider.
great for Shark.
Slide past zone, get all that damage on the players trying to hold defensively. I can see a good vision out of that.
Yeah, it would be a great defensive comp, and you might be able to get Malevolence on the back foot as well, maybe even bottleneck them. You would have to count on Malevolence not to get a cooler weapon, but I could see that happening.
We're going to be potentially seeing a lot of good, also having tri-strikes for some stuff to go well, but we'll have to see if Malevolence has any tricks up their sleeve, some counterpicks potentially for spot zones. I mean, they didn't counterpick Inkvac in Rainmakers, so maybe they aren't a team that switches very often, and we will see them hold strong with that same comp they did last time. I believe they still had that heavy edit last match, and so
That's a cooler weapon.
Staying on the same comp.
But they also have a cooler weapon with the end zap, so I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was over here like
I'm a little I'm focused on the main win condition, that bread and butter of that having that slosher splattling, and Dabble Duel is ready to get active. Unfortunately, not being able to quite to do so. Slosher going down early and forcing Div 12 to unfortunate death. The missile, unfortunate death to Wavebreaker. Stuff is flying around, and it's really hard to tell what's going on. That's just how Splatoon is sometimes, with all of these flashy specials and big things happening in the match. Div 12 still has the zone cap despite all of this. That's just the power of heavy splattling. We're seeing a lot of good pressure, and now that they do have cooler, now that I recognize that they do have cooler, they can keep these pushes inside the enemy's base for longer because they'll be able to respawn and quickly super jump back in. Being 2 up and in this position is great for them to potentially threaten a very high lead.
And with Sephiroth kind of weak on HP in the middle of the field until now. I just want to say, this is a good overhead of their defense. Div 12 actually doing what I thought they were going to do, putting them on the back foot with a Shark coming in here. Formide is forced to go up and over to try to get over the bottlenecking, and now they're free. They're free to do whatever because now they're at a size advantage with 2 down on Div 12.
And in fact, a
fight
fight gets drawn all the way down to the pit. This kind of stops Malevolence from getting to that ramp where they really want to put this sloshing machine. Look at how much space they can draw just from under this ledge. This is the perfect spot for them to really get a lot of stuff done. Unfortunately, they're going to be quickly pushed out of there by that wave breaker, by those explosives, and the cooler and strikes are going to come out. This should definitely win Div 12 mid if they can play off it right, but fortunately, the 11th actually stays alive. This could be a good time to lead swap if they can just hold a little more, but unfortunately, that heavy paint from on top of the tent just is insane.
Ooh, nice!
Slider trade also helps them get back into the match in Div 12, showing that they don't want to give up lead just yet.
No, and they're not giving up just yet, just like you said. Steph and Tiny getting back into mid as the missiles have been released from Malevolence, not getting any payoff from that. But Treant going down as Malevolence has that lead, has that zone flip. And not quite a lead switch, but 2 minutes and 12 seconds to go. There's a lot you can do here. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm just going to call you Images. Certainly picturing their victory in their head.
Okay, let me get this crystal ball really quick. Every time Malevolence gets the zone back, they actually get a really good spawn hold. They get a lot of space now, even though they may lose the zone here to tri-strikes. I know, but like, you gotta listen, I'm looking at my crystal ball right now. They're able to get these pushes, they're able to hold this up this space. They're gonna win this game in the long run, even if it takes them painting over strike cheese 20 times within the next few seconds, because that's just what comeback does to a video game like this. Unfortunately, the slider comes out and helps get a good trade, and now we see those penalty points ticking down, that good machine positioning. They still have Booyah Bomb, even to sustain even harder, to stop people from painting the zone. Unfortunately, they're not going to really pop it yet and stop the zone. That's 1 point away from lead. But they're still in, they're still fighting, and barely holding on, but finally, After so much effort, Malevolence goes down and gets pushed out, and they have to figure out how to get back into the match after this really long hold.
And if they can keep up a defense, they can actually get Malevolence in a bottlenecking situation like they did before, provided that nobody gets a Reef Slider. So you're gonna have to take stock who has Reef Slider, and there's a Reef Slider and a Booyah Bomb. Corvidae did not get taken out, but Sucklow Rock taken out Corvidae, and 45 seconds left. We're in the single digits now. We have to take the zone back. Nick over here in a very good spot. 3, 2, 1, and that match goes to Div 12.
I guess my crystal ball did not consider vehicular Manburger Helper happening so much in
Hamburger.
the match. Vehicular Hamburger Helper. And Div 12 does pull out the win out of the chaos of using so many race sliders to go 85 in a suburban area.
Manburger Helper. I'm trying.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it again. Vehicular Manburger Helper. It's a specialty. We only see it when everyone has Reef Slider, or at least both teams have Reef Slider, very common special to see in spot zones. It may have not painted the zone, but it spread out so much damage and even just crushed some players on the way of its daily commute that we were able to get a lot of good value and get those fights really kicking in our favor.
Hamburger.
That's the tip I adored.
I'm sorry. Oh my god.
Well,
Chat. Oh chat.
Oh god. Dear lord. We are going to be moving on to Museum de Alfonsino Clamplets. I never pronounced this map right. I lose that I. I'm saying the Museum de Alfonso like some kind of guy, man. What do you think? What do you guys think we're gonna see with some resliders committing some potential things such as vehicular manslaughter and getting power cleansing?
I was looking at the GIF that Oxy had in the chat. What is that?
For chat, for our chat, of course, there seems to be a GIF of someone testing out a robot for a project. Someone seems to stand in front of the robot, and it just goes haywire and starts swinging his hands around a lot. It looks like that robot's trying to attack him. I'm giving alt text to this GIF for chat. The robot attacks a man for seemingly no reason out of glitching out because somebody coded something wrong in their undergrad project. We're looking at the match of Museum Clamblitz. We are actually seeing, I believe, an Order Dualies come out for the Crab Tank. That's going to be great for taking top mid. And we see 2 drops come down the side of Malevolence. We'll see how aggressively they place opening.
Indeed, we'll have to see what they do with a very strong start there. And we're already out in mid. It's not even been like 2 seconds, and already Images is out here picturing their victory. I almost said vehicle. Yeah, probably wishing they drove a shark tank, a shark.
Well, hopefully they can picture the vehicle, because that Reslider is likely going to be able to shut down this push if they get too trigger happy. They can't even pop their Booyah Bomb knowing that they're just going to get shredded. Reslider comes out and clears out this ramp. May not be able to live afterwards. They don't live afterwards. But getting that Slosher into that key position early won them so much space. They don't have to worry about flanks because Div 12 is so stuck behind, having to make sure these power plants don't go in. A quick cut from the block could help the craziest push pins ever, but no, the other side falls apart and Malevolence has to reset back to their spawn.
Look at all this paint control for Div 12. The scores are still even. There has been no dunks yet. The clam economy is okay. Sucklow Rock going over to take a flank, but ending up in a fight. Can we win the fight? We got the shark out, and those iframes and end lag not help.
No, wasn't able quite to get that torpedo out afterwards. And Slosher just taking a hard swing in the mid. Unfortunately, dies for it. But maybe it's exactly what they needed to do to interrupt the push. We'll have to see what if they truly can get rewarded for what they did. Dooley's goes down in the corner, but that's all of these random fights are distracting Div 12 from what really matters. Now that they can only now can they finally run the plat, and the power clam does actually connect. Panic Booyah comes out, gets a kill, and this machine, he is clutching up. He doesn't care that the thing has no usage rate. He's making it work, playing around this block in mid, looking for the next threshold to take, but unable quite to get there. But threatening taking that is enough to slow Div 12 down and maybe prevent them and maybe delay their push a little further. We'll have to see how Malevolence can get back.
Did you see Tiny being chased back there? She was being chased with the rage of 1,000 stuns. That's the type of rage that only comes out when somebody just dunks in a clam during your push, like a little rat. Nick getting taken out by Corvidae. I hear that Corvids are the smartest bird ever. Not ever. I mean, I think the African gray bird is the cause. The smartest, but
Corvids are also really cool. Shout out to Corvids. Anyways,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Corvids are really smart.
From Cephalorock, this could actually be really scary. If we can kill that machine, we can now. I mean, the push from Malevolence is going to fall apart because they can't handle all of these angles at once. Now that Div 12's front line is fully developed, they have to back away into the Dabbledoolies, who is taking a good fight. Fighting the good fight and causing all of these jump outs, but they're jump outs and not kills. We'll have specials to come back in and take these fights with. Cooler comes out from side of Malevolence, and I think they're ready to mobilize. Div 12 has to be ready to sort of fight off whatever mid push they have. They have Resider to punish the drops. We'll have to see exactly how they decide to sort of play around this angle.
With all this map control, it's kind of hard for them to get around the Sea of Blue with Nick taking out somebody else and going up here with the NZAP at 77 points. Somebody ping Kraken, that's his favorite number. Images. Images will have to picture their victory. As long as they get a core, and they do. With a nice pick on Tiny. But
I believe I've been too distracted with all of the scrappy fights and interesting plays happening to realize where the clams at. The thing that wins the game
is the clam. Wait, you're right.
But we already at 77 to 100. Malevolence, despite their good plays, hasn't been able to make points for themselves, and Div 12 actually gets a ball on them. This could actually be really good for Malevolence, giving them a second power clam and a second chance to push. But the question is, will they take both power clams forward, or will they save one as a backup? It seems like they are going to save that one in the back as a backup, maybe something they can jump late and push, but it oversell as Crab Tank gets punished, and they'll need to use that Pity Clan to get their overtime. It's not looking very good.
Yeah, it does seem like it.
Having to push through
You're
so much.
You're absolutely right. Alright.
So we're going to be looking at these missiles coming out from Malevolence. They're trying to coordinate around something, but having one player down during overtime, the clock is almost halfway done, and the clam isn't even swimming forward. It's kind of curtains for this match, unfortunately. It'll have to slowly trickle away as no one's able to get clam in. That is not going up the block. I'm sorry to tell you that. Div 12 taking a very small lead, but good defensive power victory on Malevolence this set.
GG's both teams. This was well fought by both teams. Malevolence taking the first game, but Div 12 coming back around and taking the sweep. I was gonna say that whole match, like you were saying, was just it was
Team deathmatch?
full of. I'm trying to come up with the words. Full of scrappiness, and a series of 1v1s. And you're absolutely right when you said where are the clams at, because that made me realize, oh yeah, the clam economy is in shambles right now for both sides. And then right as they got a clam, I was like, found the clam.
Too busy goofing off. Who's the one actually locking in to get paychecks? It was no one. We had no money. Fortunately,
no money.
Div 12 put that very high amount of pressure on at the end to really stop any potential Malevolence counter push. Anyways, after that intense set. We're getting ready for a little break going into the next group's round. I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back to Groups Round 4 of Shark Tank Shallow Waters. I'm Intense Microwave and I'm going to be serving a spicy meal of a match to end off the group set alongside Moku.
Eats the meal. But what I want to say first, before we do anything else, grabs Honk by the shoulders. Your art is pink. Your Sundo art is pink. We love it.
Like
Nobody else had art to compliment, so we think, I don't know, you're a good artist. If you draw, we salute you.
Talented individuals in the set right now. I'm assuming that also might mean they also have some good potential in playing the game. We'll have to see how they do against dubious Yakitori Steakhouse. Now, Yakitori Steakhouse, the dubious Yakitori Steakhouse common team be seen a lot in this tournament. Let's see how we'll have to wonder how good the World Revolves do against the regulars to the shop.
And speaking of shops, we got Moku on tower control. I have been called Moku Mart by Yoshi God before, so it works out.
Mart. Well,
it's a good map and mode.
It's your stage. You gotta own it. Own that brand. You can do a good collab.
Exactly.
Get some cereal boxes with your face on it. See how
exactly. You know what? So I'm gonna get up on my soapbox here and say, come on down to Mako Mart. We got the best cereals and we have the best map and mode. It great on tower control, but on Clan Blitz, it's just a big hallway. Never mind that. We're not fixing it. We're not fixing the hallway.
Wide and open map to do some pretty neat things on. We'll have to see how they play around the stacks. It's a bit differently shaped. It plays out a little differently than Mako Mart zones. So we'll have to see exactly what they do. I mean, I know we said that, I don't know, block tower control is Battlefield, but maybe this is like a final destination because the map's a bit more flat, but still has notable locations to hold. It's a very good set point for figuring out essentially how people play the game. We'll have to see the Splat Roller 52 gal, some crazy swing playmaker weapons, but then we see a 52 gal Stamper. We're going to be in for an intense match. People are just going to be fighting so much.
There's a lot of tough fights here. We've got everybody converging onto the mid portion of this map, and with the unlucky shot here on a carbon ore, or is it a carbon ore or is it an
roller that took a swing and
vanilla? Yeah. Okay. The vanilla rollers. Thank you so much.
Looks like Yakitori Steakhouse is able to make a sort of rebound after a pretty scuffed opening. They're able to have all this control in mid. Let's see if they can actually get the space and the players on tower to start moving, and they are in that perfect position to get moving. The Zap going in for a really fast flank. Hopefully they can get there in time to help with the choke, help with the tower, and the distraction that this is causing is perfect. They get that first checkpoint nearly for free, and the tacticaler helps that Zap get right back into the fray fast. Let's see how much they can continue off of this push. They don't really have to go too much further. They can take it slow and steady if they want with this roll in a decent location before forced out, and it's back to neutral. Maybe a little an advantage for World Revolving as they try to get this tower moving towards their first checkpoint.
World Revolving definitely going up here. Rain is in a very good spot with the Booyah Bomb.
Whoa.
And throwing it. Okay, didn't really get anybody, but now you're going to try to corner that person with the 52 gal. 52 gal is just meta at this point. 52 gal, like, everybody brings it. We got ledge peeking like a Smash Bros.
These guys at tournaments, it's a relatively common weapon, especially with that hitbox buff. It's a little easier to hit your 2 bullets and get your kills, especially when players can't manage snowballs. But speaking of snowballs, here comes the roller, the other common pick that we can kind of see in these types of matches. Unfortunately, having to swim out a lot, this roller plays preserve life a surprisingly large amount. Even with Tacticaler, it might come to their deficit as they die anyways and can't really keep this push going. Those Yakuza Steakhouse going 2 down and really giving the World Revolving a chance to really get in. Great wave breaker clutch to help save the jump out, but that's just going to be an investment for later rather than something to cash out on now.
Speaking of cashing out, we got this roller down here trying to cash out on a pick, but Rain isn't having any of it as they go down. Rain eventually getting picked up by the Kugao. Hog going in to avenge their friend. I don't think they got much mileage out of that, though.
Not quite, but Roll Revolving was able to move the tower kind of in their favor even. The Steakhouse had forgotten about the objective of the game, which is just to get that tower moving. But now they are going to be able to control space and have someone on the tower. When you get both of those things at the same time, it's a deadly combination. Roll Revolving having some special weapons to help take back into space. They're going to be able to get a quick pick without even having to pop a special. Curious about the Splat Roller's position. They might be able to get in and make a play, but they kind of opt to take a wider rotation and get to a different position on the map, trying to desperately figure out where they need to go and how they need to do it, but they need to go. It's go time, and their teammates are definitely showing that by running with Cooler. The roller finally rotates the tower control, looking to probably bubble it for some time longer. Tip up with running away. We'll have to be able to check out how Roll Revolving is going to interact with this rubber band Splat Roller. He never maybe attempting to keep Roll Revolving guessing constantly as they try to make pushes.
Blue Jay going down, and we've got a nice pushback from the World Revolving, which they go and take the lead swap with the size advantage of 1 player down on Dupia's Yakitori Steakhouse.
Now size is position, look at this setup. They got the players on top left, and they're able to just to run around in a circle, take this tower, get those picks. This last checkpoint is definitely getting broken, and it's getting very scary for Yakitori Steakhouse. It's really hard to defend this last checkpoint with how far away it is from spawn area. They're going to... But Yakitori Steakhouse is going to go multiple down here. The Booyah Bomb comes out, walling up the tower. Here's the checkpoint. This is near KO potential. We are looking at a very quick retake. Yakitori Steakhouse swiftly getting that tower back with the perfectly timed dive. They're going to have to make a lot of work to get back this match.
They will, and with only 11 seconds left, there's not a lot of time to do that. Overtime will have to be triggered, but can they stay on the tower for long? Do we have any GG specials on the side of World Revolving?
The Roll Revolving does actually have a Booyah Bomb that they could play to charge. However, it doesn't look like they're doing that. They're just going to fight with their main weapons, shred absolute dickens out of that bubble, and take the tower away from the enemy team. World Revolving taking that first match.
That was a pretty good comeback. I was kind of surprised, but the World Revolving, they seem to have that vibe of just, oh yeah, we'll pick back the match. By the way, is the World Revolving, I feel like it's a reference to something. I was gonna say, is that a JoJo reference? But I don't know if that's a JoJo reference.
Well, if you could see the image of the character on them, is actually a character from Deltarune. His name is Jebel. You may have not seen them because it's kind of this secret boss. Oh boy, spoilers for something that came out like years ago.
I have probably invoked the rage of the Deltarune fans. I would like to apologize. I am not. I
suck it up, because this is a secret.
I'm not cultured.
You don't need to know who he is.
I'm not cultured. I'm not cultured in the ways of Deltarune, right? I usually think everything is a JoJo reference. I was probably thinking of Zawaru,
You don't know if it isn't.
You know what? That's true. Anything could be a JoJo reference. Right. They've gone on for how long? I could look at this clam and be like, is that a JoJo reference? No, I tried watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I just couldn't get into it. I respect those that are into it, though.
I've heard of good clips, good moments from that anime, and honestly, it's the bizarreness is really a good pull to the show. I think there is a lot of potential with it. I just don't really like. I don't know. I don't watch anime. Like, I could get into it, but I feel like there's other things that my mind really fixates on or gets distracted by. To be honest, I've just binging YouTube. You probably know more about JoJo's than I do.
I don't know anything about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I yeah, just yeah. It's
Media
adventurous,
aside,
but
JoJo's what might not be a JoJo's reference is Clamblitz on Scorched Gourds, unless you can make it one. We're going to be looking at this potential map. What do you think is going to happen if this roller locks in? I think they can have some really good positions to utilize on this map, but Stamper could hold these wide angles as the game starts, and we'll have to see if there's also any potential comp changes. Maybe something weird happens.
I'm pretty sure something weird might happen here. Because look at this, we got the mint decaf coming out. Mint decaf isn't really the weirdest thing, it's just kind of curves when going against the brush because it's got the advantage. We've got really bad with the 52. 52 versus 52 out here. Do we have any other comp changes?
It does look like we do in fact take that weird route in choosing Decapitator that unfortunately dies really soon. And going 2 down in the side of World Revolving is not exactly how you want to start off against a Carbon Roller team. We're going to be seeing Wavebreaker be ready, thrown out incredibly quickly. We'll have to see if they can actually play off that, because it might be tricky to find out what to do. Getting heavy on top mid is exactly what you do want to do, almost taking out the pencil, just barely missing it, but the heavy being in Modelman's position, it's, oh my goodness, so close! 2 jumps on the bridge, and we have players in positions where they can get some high value. Here come the clam scores from the Zap, hopefully able to actually get in, but getting walled out by the Dringer really hard, almost dying to that slider, just barely 1 sub of special power away from getting that Zap kill. But Yakitori Steakhouse, they're all down. It's time for the World Revolving to make their counter push.
Yakitori Steakhouse is getting their steaks stolen as we have the steaks rising, the clams coming in, and the lead switching over to the World Revolving.
The World Revolving is proving that they can, in fact, do everything in this push to actually get more clams in. It's a rather can feel my head spinning even the way trying to keep track of 52 gal. But maybe things will stabilize once we drop this Wavebreaker and get our retake all set up.
It seems like with all this cover fire, it might be enough for dubious Yakitori Steakhouse to try to get back in, but we've got the pencil in a very good spot to try to keep them out. And if you can move your back lines, that's a good thing, but we have... Okay, so that happened. We've got more clams coming in. We've got size advantage. We got whales coming out. Only the most goated special in this game, Whale Bias, with 16 points remaining.
World Revolving taking advantage of the chaos. The chaos trying to make it get as many clams as possible, but they are kind of running out of money to score, and unfortunately they'll be sent down again into mid. But not without getting all the clams from mid, starving Steakhouse of any potential food. We'll have to see if Steakhouse is able to get their specials, get their paint, and get their players enabled in a way that can help them get back into this match, pushing forward on this on this map.
Let's not starve the Steakhouse. They might have some red velvet muffins that I want to try. Like, we can't be stealing those either.
It's a cruel capitalist world. I'm sorry to say, it's all about money.
No.
We have to be really careful because we do need that money. Unfortunately, being dead is not it does not contribute to the GDP of the United States of America. We're looking at a tactical from the side of World Revolving.
When did this become an American term?
Inability to make a power clam. Finally, it comes out, and we get to see how many more points we can get, almost threatening a KO. That reslider, we're very close to it to potentially open up that ramp, but unfortunately we have to kite really hard to just, like, figure out what's going on.
I was gonna say, at least let me ransack the desserts before we go starving the steakhouse out here. Which, speaking of starving, seems like Dubious Sanctuary Steakhouse is starving for clams. They've got about a minute and 5 seconds left to figure things out with their economy. They need to balance the budget here and try to get in. We got tax on the center, and we fell into a bomb.
Stumbling
Okay.
into an
It
unfortunate
happens.
suction bomb.
That was
Low
amazing.
revolving is 3 down, but which means this is Yakitori Steakhouse's time to push. It is time to make as many clans as possible. We need to push until 16. We are shredding the bubble. We are taking the ramp, but we're not quite able to get up there quite yet. We're going to be looking at some pretty good heavy squad finder, finally getting that pencil pick, able to enable the wide angle on the front. Will they be able to continue going forward? They put that wave breaker in a very far forward spot, right in the enemy. Now we have the slider come out. The clam is still being held by Steakhouse, dies on the ramp, not quite able to get the push. The heavy does get the kill. We're gonna keep on going. We're keeping the pressure up, but then finally the Snipe Rider takes down the heavy, and we are kicking down with the 1 power clam inaccessible to Yakitori Steakhouse. This is the end of the match, or isn't, but it refused. The power clam still in control of the Yakitori Steakhouse. One with the clams in mid because the revolving was unable to keep them from getting their money up, and now they can get their funny up, getting this potential overtime push, but they have to swim really fast to get this further into the basket. Can they do it? Not quite, not enough paint, not enough time. Unfortunate end for Yakitori Steakhouse. The world revolving will take that set with a very high lead.
GG's both teams and everybody in the group stage. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not over?
It's play all 3.
Not over? Oh, it's play all 3. I thought it was best of 3. I thought it was.
The matches have been so close and back and forth these days.
Never
That's
mind.
so hard to remember that.
I thought it was best of 3 because we kept going to game 3 every single time. Okay,
well, it's play all 3 because we got. Well, the reason why we went to game 3 of all time is because it's play all 3, of course. Clear difference.
Yeah, but I didn't really. The way it was happening was just it didn't present itself that way. Okay, that's on me. That's on me for not reading the rules. Whoop.
Well, we'll have to see
you and I
how
don't read.
World Revolving can keep their momentum, their rotating momentum, coming up to Barnacle and Dime. It's a more fixed area, but they need to create some chaos to this field in order to get it to work. They do have a pretty good amount of paint to hold that splat zone, but maybe Yakitori Steakhouse can come out with some secret strategy, some secret sauce to add to their steak to season their dish and give us something we can write home about and take home in a doggy bag.
What is? I just looked up what yakitori is.
Like, you know, those little like plastic containers you get to take home food. I'm talking about those. I guess they don't really use bags.
I looked up what yakitori is. In Japanese cuisine, yakitori is chicken cooked on a skewer over a charcoal fire and seasoned with cherry sauce or salt. The term
then why are they a steakhouse?
Shiaki, grilled or skewered foods in general. I shall now inundate the chat
like, come
on, and Discord with
chicken,
food.
Steak. What next? Pork? You're serving venison next?
There, now it's loading. This is from Wikipedia. Like,
Wikipedia.
This looks delicious.
The free encyclopedia. A chair. We're going into the next match. See any comp changes potentially?
Let's see here. I'm seeing a Dreadringer come out. I'm seeing the Stamper. I don't think anybody else is new though.
It is a vanilla stamper, it is a vanilla roller. We're going to be seeing some much more aggressive fighting coming out from both of those weapons. Maybe the roller actually plays a shark mark, but an early kill on the 52 gal. This is Will Revolving's chance to potentially get something going. This is a great position for the stamper. Look how many players it can just damage from sitting back there. Now it's just a really good push for Will Revolving, and we're going to be able to see exactly how they make this platform work. Getting a nice melee kill, they're not letting up. Despite the fact that 52 is trying to shoot back, they just can't quite do it, not having enough range to make this retake happen.
And we got the reslider with the jump back. Honk has a great great idea. I was gonna call it the greatest idea, but that would have been a little bit too theatrical. Actually, no, it would have been the greatest idea if there were more people in base, and then you could have gotten a quad, put that on TikTok. It'd be pretty cool. But with WS Secretary Steakhouse on the back foot here, I feel like this is the greatest plan.
It's an incredibly hard hold from the side of World Revolver. The Deadcasters are getting kills in spawn. What are they doing? Holy moly! We can't quite even get in. The spider isn't going to be enough. There's no one in position. The zone takes a 0, and that is the end of this set in favor of World Revolving with a very dominant end to their 3-0 sweep. Congratulations on that win, and probably getting them in a decent bracket at that.
Was indeed a rat infestation on the side of the World Revolving with that Zipcaster. Excellent work. GG's all teams in group stage. World Revolving 0-3 or 3-0. I don't really know how to do that kind of turn of phrase. Taking the set.
More points. So you say World Revolving.
Sweeping victory.
I believe.
Oh, fair enough. And we're going to go to a break, but when you come back, there will be new commentators and a new bracket. So
basically I just got fired, so you'll never see me again, by the way.
Where can people find you before you disappear into the void?
My mom's kind of homeless. I need this job, but they're gonna fire me. Anyways, we'll see y'all around at Gold Bracket. Moku, where can they find you?
I was asking you that for.
Oh my!
Y'all can, bro. You can find me. You can find me in Moku Draws 1020. That beast got social, and you can find my TikTok at Moku8386. I posted something silly the other day. I might have something in the works for TikTok, but who knows if I'm going to post tonight or tomorrow. It's bound to be silly. And what about you, Intense Microwave? Do you have any other things to plug, or?
Well, I am just going to plug my Blue Sky real quick by the same name, just Intense Microwave. When did I even come up with this name? I don't know. I was like, it just kind of came up with it. TBH. I'm also just around in Discord servers. Come say hi, same name.
And that'll be it for us. GG's all teams, and when you come back, there'll be new commentators. And look behind you. I'm gonna raid your fridge. Wow.
Wow.
Welcome
Boy, I'm
back.
glad.
My bad.
Oh, I was gonna say, boy, I'm glad we fired the last guy.
He's the only
How
one
are
holding
you?
it together, actually. Welcome back to Shark Tank. We're in gold bracket right now. Brackets are in hell, but that's alright. We're figuring it out thanks to our glorious TOs. I am Spectre, and would you like to introduce yourself, Wyvern?
I am Wyvern. I do things.
Hell yeah, preach. Please bear with us as we figure out brackets and figure out how to get into the game. We will be starting relatively soon. Once I can remember who the first match is. I believe it is Div 12 and I'm not sure now. I can't find the bracket. Oh yeah, Div 12 Wyvdern Dev. These are two teams I've been excited to play. I've fought Div 12 a couple times, but they are very, very fun to watch. I watched them early. I played against them. It's always a blast. I'm looking forward to it.
Really excited to see these two teams fight. I don't know if I seen Wait I'm Goated, but I did see Div 12, and they did seem very fun to watch.
True Snook. I swear I recognize Wait I'm Goated somewhere, but I can't recall, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But looking forward to it anyway. So how are you today, Wyvern?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good too.
Hell yeah. TC Ship Cargo. What a fun map.
Very, very fun. These maps, I'm actually a really fan. I wonder if they would let me sub in to play this. These are three of my favorite map modes, actually. This is...
Alright guys, let's kick someone out so that his pet can sub in.
Well, it's too late for first game, but here we are going into the PC ship show. That's Apple coming back. Excited to see it. Inkbrush Dynamo. Two completely different weapons, but I think they work well together, if I had to guess. A lot of paint coming from Wait I'm Goated. I'm curious to see how Div 12 is going to handle this. Early left flank. If I had to guess, probably the Dapple. Yep, right on the money. Everyone's just trying to contend for space, trying to get an early pick, and one goes down on Div 12. Another one.
Very interesting to see here is watching as the Blaster and Dynamo go top right, trying to take the right space as the mini Splatling seems to be fighting the heavy. Splatling versus Splatling. Very fun. And yeah.
I'm surprised to see that Div 12 is actually holding more area paint than Wait I'm Goated. My previous estimation was completely incorrect, and I'm wrong again because as Wait I'm Goated is pushing up, they are getting a lot of area, holding a lot of good space. That Blaster under that left ledge is going to be hard for them. It's going to be hard for Div 12 to push out with little AoE. Just gonna have to pray to a lucky bomb. Oh, they're down.
Yep,
I'm eating my words.
Oh wow, that is very unfortunate on the side of Div 12. They seem to be being pushed back right into their spawn as, yeah, they're just being pushed back.
That Blue Rush is just continuing to poke forward, and I can't see if that's an understand, but they're just trying to hold area. Oh my god, I can't talk. They're gonna jump Dynamo down under right, the Blaster and the Heavy up top left. Heavy is low and Blaster goes down, and Div 12 is able to hold more area. As the Brush jumps in, curious to see what they're gonna do. I'm very excited. Okay, just a shark it seems, but as Div 12 holds more area, the Wait I'm Goated Brush continues to push. Beam still behind, lives that. We do not know what's
Forcing
happening
them to pop their hammer though. That is very unfortunate because it doesn't seem like they're going to get all too much value out of the hammer outside of just getting that brush out of there. It does seem like we are back to a more neutral state of the game.
Definitely
when it comes to map control.
That brush sharking was able to stall so long that Wait I'm Goated was going from almost a full wipe to being back able to push, but the Heavy goes down, the Dynamo is also down, and the Div 12 is currently up 1. Unfortunately, they are down to even with the hammer getting a kill. Tuck up top left, just kind of running around, trying to get some value, trying to get a pick, trying to make him back up a little bit. Able to hold areas. Div 12 is just scared to walk forward. Wyvdern Dev just has a lot of pressure going on with little that Difficult can do about without a special.
Yeah, it very much seems like they're having a very hard time holding down both map control and just keeping up a. They're constantly on a numbers disadvantage as Wyvdern Dev keeps getting vital picks off of Div 12, and it's very unfortunate to watch on the side of Div 12.
That blaster taking top, definitely. That blaster taking top right is going to be very difficult with the cursed blaster 1v1. There comes Hammer with 1, soon to be 2. Yep, 2 down on Wyvdern Dev, and Div 12 is
and
maybe
it's 3!
Holy guacamole! Just the Dynamo, and they're pushing back into mid. This is incredible round out by the what's it called? Ultra Scan to take back the space, and Div 12 is moving fast. A lot of paint, a lot of area. Dynamo down. Another one down, brush down. They're currently even, but Div 12 just has so much more paint, and another Hammer coming out. Unfortunately, no pick, but Wyvdern Dev has little that they can do about it. The blaster comes up, not the blaster, well, that's still the blaster, but the bubble, and they're able to take the space back. Just a very back and forth right now for mid. A trade between the Dapple and the brush, so there's not going to be much rushing power on either side. It'll be on the blasters to fight mainly.
What Div 12 really needs to get here is some very solid picks. They need to be able to get that blaster down for a very good period of time. Same thing with that heavy. They also need to make sure that Ink Brush does not get behind them, as it seems that is happening right this second.
Unable to draw.
It did happen. They got that pick though, which
Less
is
value,
good.
Unfortunately. That's good job from Div 12 being able to pick off that brush without giving them too much attention. They're still able to push. The brush wasn't able to get too much value out of them. Just doing whatever they wanted, it seems. Now the tide is swapped, and Div 12 is able to hold area. The cooler, a Hammer about to come out, 3 specials, a trade with the brush, a lot of less rushing power, 3 down inside of Wyvdern Dev. This might be a lead swap if Div 12 can hold the pressure, but they do go 2 down to the 3 down to the Dynamo. Will the Dynamo make it 4? The Dynamo will make it 4.
And maybe the Sea Blast will be able to make something happen. Oh, no, never mind. They're dead.
Brushes. That game ended? I'm gobsmacked. It's that. Wow, that was beautifully done. Just so much happening everywhere. I was unable to look at the top of the screen to see the time they're ticking down. That was one of the most entertaining games I've maybe ever watched. Very well done from Wyvdern Dev.
Yeah, very well done. All right, next is Crab Leg Rainmaker. What are your thoughts on Crab Leg Rainmaker?
I love Crab Leg Rainmaker. It's one of my favorite maps, but it's either my favorite or my least favorite depending on if we go left or right. I'm a big fan of Crab Leg. I don't know why. I really like going on top with the zip. I feel like there's a lot of different comp options. I don't love how leader can hold, but I don't think there's a leader on either of these teams. But I really like Crab Leg. I really like all 3 of these maps. This is a very fun set for me. I'm grinning.
Yeah, Crab Leg is extremely fun, especially with the grades right there. I also really, especially like on Rainmaker Crab Leg, the left route where you can jump into the enemy space and just kind of hold space in there and near their spawn. That is so much fun to do when you're able to do it correctly.
Definitely, sorry, forgot to talk. I will bet you $1 billion that Dooley and that brush are going to be up there that entire game, and it's going to be an absolute blessing to see.
Indeed.
Pushing left, while it has its benefits, it is very situational because if you do it without if you do it with, if they're 2 down or 3 down, that's it's basically an instant 30 points because does that jump give you 20? I'm 90% sure. But then after that, you're just kind of in the what's it called?
One sec, let me test it out. Let me open up Recon.
You're in the firing pit, and we're into the match now. Let's see what the comps are different. I wouldn't be surprised to see a brush again. A Dapple again. The Dapple comes back, very similar comp. They're into a Charger now. Same brush, but different blaster with the S Blast. I believe it's going to help a lot with pushing up those grades. This the Dynamo and the Heavy coming back again. Very aggro pop, very aggro pushing. Div 12 focusing pop. They get it, and all of Wyvdern Dev is just kind of stuck on the right with that brush starting to poke. Heavy just painting. The brush goes down, and the slider comes out with unfortunately no kills, but the Zapple does drop and trades out 3 down inside of Wyvdern Dev. This is a very good pushing opportunity from Div 12, and they're going top right, which
Indeed
is a much
it is.
safer option, in my personal opinion.
Especially with the pen swapping out over to vacuum, it seems like they are definitely. Yep, there it goes.
This
Definitely
right
seems like they're going to get a shitload of points from the what's it called, vac.
100%. They made the jump, and the Vac was able to just secure that, but they do go 3 down, and Wyvdern Dev is now pushing back in the mid. They have a cooler to work off of. They have a Booyah. If they can just secure a pick, this could be a very good situation for them. Dynamo just kind of sharking on the right, waiting for an opportunity. The Div 12 is using that very lack of movement to try to... I'm doing a motion with my hands to mimic what I'm talking about, but I cannot find the word. Move forward. The Zapple does go down to the blaster under right, and they're pushing up left really quickly. We'll be able to see how many, if they manage to make the jump, we'll be able to see how many points they get. They did get checked. They do have Booyah. If they can almost definitely make this jump. They have so much paint and very little...
Oh.
Never mind.
And they go down
bomb.
to a suction bomb, I believe? Either a suction or a splat bomb.
I think it was suction. Incredibly unfortunate.
Incredibly unfortunate. We're about to have our question from earlier answered by, wait, I'm goated. Which would indeed be a very goated thing for them to do. Just say.
Is the brush behind them?
Oh yes, the brush is behind them for like the 50th time.
Who is surprised? Raise your hand. My hand is on the ground. They are pushing up left. The brush does get 1, gets 2. No, gets 1. Never mind. Maybe. Oh,
and helps the blaster get a second pick as well.
Beautiful. 2 down from Wyvdern Dev with... No, 2 from Div 12, sorry. 1 jumps out, and they're just... Wyvdern Dev is able to hold mid again. Hopefully they're going to try to make that jump again. We're very, very curious. But either way they push, it will be a good idea as long as they have the ability to do so.
Yes, indeed. It seems like, just in general, they're just kind of fighting in mid, trying to contest the general map control, and we see that another vacuum goes out, surprisingly. Maybe the NZAP will be able to pick up the rain. Nope.
2 down, 1 more.
I'm trying to predict what they're doing, what they're going to do, but it's not working.
Brush trying a Hail Mary push right, I guess. Sorry to interrupt you.
But unfortunately, Div 12 does have the map control to just kind of deny that brush its Hail Mary push. A Reef Slider comes out, getting the Heavy Splatling down, and as we can see, the Dynamo is just kind of sitting here painting and trying to like control the main map.
Beautiful snipe from the Charger. Tiny still up on top left snipe, just holding out area. They are the last one up, but it's with the Vac, but they're oh my god, flick after flick. They are pushing right. Maybe we'll see the jump. Maybe we'll see the jump. Maybe not quite yet.
Does not seem like it. Maybe not today. Maybe we will need to open up recon, and it seems like the brush is brushing.
Having a good time. An unfortunate backdrop with little value into brush, just giving them a hard look. And then Wyvdern Dev is up top right with ability to push with the slider kills come out. Unfortunately no picks, but they are low and the rain does have to drop. 2 down from Wyvdern Dev with all 4 up for Div 12. This might be very hard, but if they can just reset, then Wyvdern Dev might have 1 more chance to push, but there's still 40 seconds left in this game.
Indeed, there definitely is a lot of time for them to Wyvdern Dev to get the push that they need. But it definitely seems like Div 12 is just like locking them down, trying to keep them away from the Rainmaker, so that they cannot score any more points. The Booyah Bomb comes out, surprisingly. And it seems like, yeah, just general fighting over map control, trying to make sure that they can't pick up that Rainmaker before overtime.
Div 12 had a very good comp for this map. They were able to just kind of sit in an area with very good paint, very good area control, and that Dapple could just do whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted. The Brush tried to do so, but the Dynamo and the Heavy were just too susceptible to that Charger and to that Blaster. It was just unfortunate they weren't able to move too much. That they were just Div 12 was just always able to rush down Wyvdern Dev, and now it is a 1-1 set, and we're going to Mahi Zones!
Mahi Zones, what a somewhat fun map. I prefer it when the water drops so that you actually have like a lot more space to fight on both the right and left side.
What do you mean? You don't like fighting on one singular hallway the size of my pinky toe? That isn't fun for you?
Not particularly.
What?
Personally, I like having space to fight. Especially when like a bomb just fits through that hallway and stops me from being in that hallway. That's always quite unfortunate.
Definitely. Moku Zones is my favorite map because it goes from being the most annoying map to the most fun map in an amount of 40 ticks if you're playing zones properly. I'm so glad we get to watch. I love watching Mahi Zones. I love playing Mahi Zones. I love Mahi Zones, period. I wonder if we'll see any comp changes, because the Dapple and the Blaster both do very well on this flat map where you can just kind of run around and do whatever you want. But there is only really one way to get into their spawn, and that is through right, unless you do the fun jump on the top left snipe, but that is kind of hard to do unless you have a valid control. So it's going to be hard for either to just kind of flank around, just with the Brush, because the Dapple has mainly just been running them down, but the Brush has just been walking around.
That Brush really likes to try and like get behind them, get inside of their base when they're not looking, and just kind of flank them from there. Which, to be fair, that is a Brush's role, is to just kind of get behind and be a menace and be the most annoying thing imaginable.
Hey, that's why we love Brushes. The game is starting now, and we'll get an answer to my question if we'll ever see a comp change. Look, ooh, Dread coming out, Dread Bucket. I like that. Doesn't look like a comp change from Wyvdern Dev. It must have readied up very quickly, very secure picks. I freak with the double bucket pen though. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting pick, especially with it definitely the Dapple. Yeah, Dapple Dooley's coming in, tanking the far right early on, not really seeming to do a whole lot with that.
Humming to themselves without a care in the world. Just having a good time.
Just kind of hanging out.
Maybe I was...
It's definitely seeming like they're going to put pressure
spotted.
on that right. Never mind, they died. Although that Reef Slayer capping the zone and then just general fighting.
2 down from Div 12 from that Blaster though. Blaster walking up, they have a Booyah, but another one went down. 3 down, so the load, oh my god, delayed 3 down. Specials from Wyvdern Dev, never mind, just 1, and it's a wave breaker, so not that really counts as a special. And then 1 goes down, the Dynamo down, with the Dread also down on Div 12. And the Pen goes down too. This might be a very good opportunity for Wyvdern Dev to hold if they can, but the Blaster gets 1, gets 2, very nice. And the Brush is just walking up, of course.
Yeah, the Brush is going in their base, just going to constantly, like, again, like, be the most annoying thing imaginable, which is a good thing, to be fair. At least personally, I say the best positioning is the one that makes it to where it's way more annoying for them to get you than the other way around.
Dread just painting around, trying to get another slider halfway again. Sorry.
Yep, trying to make sure that they can contain that map control and force Wyvdern Dev to stay out of mid, but it seems like the Brush is going to contest this, and they lose to the Dread. The Dread gets another pick and gets Aura before suddenly dying to the Dynamo.
Very well done by the Dynamo, but unfortunately we're just picked off by, I didn't quite catch it, and Div 12 is able to hold zone again. This might be a lead swap. and there's a lot of area for Div 12. This might be hard for Wyvdern Dev to push in time before there's like a much larger lead gap than they might have wanted. They're pushing in from left, but there's with only actually only two specials, a whale and a booyah going out. They might have a good chance to cap this, but the strikes come out and two go down from Wyvdern Goated.
And Wyvdern Goated really needs to make something happen here, but unfortunately they do not, causing the game to go to Div 12. And I believe the set?
I think so, unless it's best of 5 now out of nowhere.
I think it's best of 3 because there's 3 maps.
Truth. Okay. Very well done from both teams. Wyvdern Goated securing that first game, but Div 12 coming back and securing those. That unfortunately Beam was able to get a lot of value in the beginning game, and then just unfortunately slipped off. Div 12 caught on and was able to catch up to their antics. But very well done from both teams. All the games were very close and can't go either way. Thank you guys for watching this set.
Yep, I will see you guys after the break, and yeah.
Welcome back to Shark Tank Shallow Waters Gold Bracket Round 2. Again, I can't remember what the teams are, but I'm very excited to see it happen again. Oh, Fishy S plus 92 users versus Div 12. Div 12 was just cast, so I'm excited to see them again. That Dapple and that Blaster just able to hold area very well. I get to see much of Fishy S plus 92 users, but I've heard good things, and the Shark Tank icon is very hopeful for me.
Man, I sure hope that when I look at my screen, I don't see any fishy S-Blast 92 users.
Oh, that would suck.
That would really suck. Oh
Stream over. Tournament canceled.
no! But yeah, I am very excited to see Div 12 coming back at it again with now facing off fishy S-Blast 92 users.
They're warm after their last set, so it's gonna be, we're gonna see if they're gonna try out their same things again or just spice it up with new attempts against these new guys.
Indeed.
What do you predict is gonna happen? If you had to put your bets on one thing that'll happen this set, what would it be, Wyvern?
I know like 5 things, so I'm gonna place my bet on it being Splatoon. And that a team will in fact win.
Those are good 2 bets.
Yeah, I think they're very good.
Ooh, some ramen.
I really enjoy playing these map modes. I think Bakumar is really fun, but we're not talking about that yet. We're talking about Robo Ramen. Robo Ramen is incredibly fun. It's a bit hard to get past the like enemy choke point or it's both hard to get past the enemy checkpoint and hold space there and to retake that section of the map and go back into mid. I feel like this map can be very snowbally at times when enemies or when your opponents just kind of rush in and it's very hard to retake that space.
It's definitely horrifying beast of a map if you get locked out, but I like mid a lot on there. I heard you want to talk about TC Mako though. You could go on ahead with that. I'm so excited.
I'm gonna wait until it is TC Mako Bard's turn. But yeah, mid is incredibly fun, especially with how the like lower bottom half of that map just kind of circles around each other. You can definitely get a lot of movement in there and definitely be able to just kind of flank and the wall and basically just be able to flank your enemy team, be able to move around a lot. And
I'm hoping to see some macaroni flanks, and as we go into zones ramen with these 2 teams going in, I'm excited to see what comps we're going to see. I predict a Dapple Dooley from Div 12. Wiper Dread. I freak with that as well. Hey, I won my bet. Blaster and
oh
Dapple
my
Dooley.
god!
Who would have thought? Okay. Nothing spectacular or like unexpected from the gear sets, but it all checks out.
Personally, I was expecting an S-Blast 92 on the side of fishy S-Blast 92 users, but they also have one thing that they also do have is a lot of paint on their side. A lot of S-Blast 92 users' weapons can definitely paint and hold a lot of space, and that definitely seems to be what's happening here. It definitely seems like I'm not saying that full name. I'm going to call you the fishy guys. It definitely seems like the fishy guys are running in and just kind of trying to lock them out with that Dapple Dooley's down in the bottom right, just trying to maybe take, or using a Reef Slider to try and take control over the zone and over mid.
They did just that with a lot of paint. Unfortunately, came a lot of focus on top left, and that Dapple's able to get a lot of value and a cap out of there. And 2 down from Div 12, and then 2 more down from Div 12, and they were able to cap the zone. But now the fishy guys are able to get a slider and a hammer and a wipeout. Well done. So now they're back into the same position. I wonder if they're gonna watch more carefully for that Dapple and they're watching right, or if the same thing's gonna kind of happen again. The Dapple is over right, we're same with the pen, but the Wiper is watching it now. With the Zap up and the Dread just holding area, holding paint, just so much paint it's hard for Div 12 to walk up.
Yeah, it definitely seems like, as I was saying, when it's very hard to get back in once you're locked out, it definitely seems like the fishy guys are just locking Div 12 out, locking them out of every single opportunity they can get to get in and just try and take control over the map. We see a hammer come out here, but they really need to have something happen right now, or else it is game.
Unfortunately, this will just get paint mogged, and that's really hard when it happens on zones. There's not much you can do there. But the Dapple was able to get a lot of really good flanks, but if the fishy guys were able to anticipate that, it was harder for them to get a rally out of it. As we go into TC Mako, I'm curious to see how gameplays or game styles will adjust. I wonder if the fishy guys are going to bring out an S-Blast for that tower.
Indeed. One thing that I really like about this map is a lot of the ledges. I really like just kind of hanging around the ledges and just kind of being a menace there, especially in the top left side of the map. Just kind of like hanging around there and just like annoying the enemy team. That is so much fun. I do that all the time. I love annoying my enemy team.
Standing under left ledge on Mako Mart is either the best thing or the worst thing, depending on which team you were on. But either way, I would not be surprised. The Wiper, if they bring the Wiper out again, that Viper is going to have a heyday there. The Blaster will be able to help with that from Div 12, but it might be hard for all that stuff to happen. Very descriptive. You're welcome.
Okay, so basically,
my mind wandered. I forgot I was on stream. Started thinking about breakfast tomorrow. My bad. I'm hungry.
What is your favorite breakfast item?
I had a cream cheese bagel with smoked salmon this morning, and
Oh my god.
I think I yelled aloud when I took my first bite.
That sounds amazing.
I was dreaming of it for the rest of the day, unfortunately. Made it hard to focus, but maybe I'll have one tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds like something I would murder a person for.
That's fair. Yeah. I think... Lost my train of thought again. Sorry. Thought about the cream cheese bagel. What's wrong with me? PC Mako. The two, I would not be surprised. I don't know if I've said this already. Oh, as we come in, we'll be able to see if there will be an S+92, or if they're gonna stick with their tried and true Go S+92.
I'm predicting quad S+92. There's still not an S+92.
they're a deceiving team. They do have a blaster though.
Oh, they do have a blaster. So
but that ability
one of the words in their names is, or two of the words in their names are accurate.
Yeah. So
okay.
They got 92 weapons too. Probably fine.
Okay, so we see both the bucket and the NZAP go down at the start, causing the fishy guys to be have the numbers advantage very early on. I wonder if they're going to be able to take this momentum for the rest of the game.
Ladder comes out taking up top left stack, but easily taken back by the Wiper and the other one. But two down, Wiper and the other one. But two down from both sides. And 12 is back in the holding mid with the paint from the Zap, but the Blaster does get a pick on the Zap, and now it is back for the fishy guys. Holding area, holding map, 2 down from Div 12 with the strikes coming out, but a little bit too late. Not much being able to do done off of that. But the bucket is striking under left, maybe able to hold some area, get a couple picks. But as they're all just kind of swarming there, it might be hard, and they do get a jump out. With the Zap from Div 12 holding up top left, just trying to hold area, trying to keep pain, trying to get specials, trying to get someone to get back in. Hammer comes out. I don't know how they lived that. Beautifully done.
Hammer comes out. They quickly duck under the ledge so that they can just get out of that Hammer's ginormous hitbox. And we can see very well here that that Div 12 is being pushed back very far into their base. They're having a very hard time getting control over the map, as we see the fishy guys just keep locking them out and keep picking them off. But it definitely seems like we're going to see a bit of a shift here in control, as we see Div 12 just grab, just get a couple essential picks down, and we're heading back towards mid. We're going to be fighting towards a lot of map control. I wonder if we're going to see that. Oh, never mind. We're not going to see that reef slider. The Dapples went out.
2 from Div 12, Tiny and Trant, but well, either way they go down, and Tiny the Heavy is just kind of stuck there with the 3 going down just to zap. They do have a lot of paint, and there is little offense coming from Fishy Guys as they have not much to work off of, but they are quickly regrouping and taking space and pushing that tower forward. And the Div 12 has not much that they can do about that currently with 0 specials, but they do have a cooler that they can use to push. But Fishy Guys, they're just running rampant, but they do go down. I keep giving my word, 3 down from Fishy Guys, and Div 12 is able to take mid back. But we can't hopefully they can get a push off this and get some points on the board, as 3 minutes into the game, they have been unable to push past mid yet.
They have a long way to go in order to try and take back the lead. We're definitely going to be seeing a lot more them fighting towards the control over the map here in mid. And we see as Div 12 just gets pushed, seemingly gets pushed back again. It's very unfortunate. I really hope that they can get their footing here and really take back control.
Div 12 are unable to push fast, and Fishy Guys just able to keep ramming into their area, trying to push and push and push. Div 12 is unable to do anything about it. Unfortunately, Fishy Guys just keep. What is the word? They're just pushing, and they are now pushing past 15 with 3 down from Div 12. And Mr. Bucket, who is just respawning, can make a game-saving play. This might be the end of the game, and that is unfortunately for Div 12. Well done by Fishy S+ users.
I think Div 12 just had a big problem this set, just being constantly pushed back into their base and just not being able to recover from there. Fishy Guys just constantly had them locked down every single time that they would get a couple essential picks off of the Fishy Guys. They would immediately then be picked off by the Fishy Guys and just locked all the way back into their base at the same within like mere seconds.
The Fishy S+ and 92 users were just able to profit off of any slight misplay that Div 12 might have had a little bit too far up, not quite enough paint, just moving a little bit of space that you didn't quite have. Just able to profit, unable to make it so Div 12 was unable to move forward. And yeah. All right. So with that 2-0, we are going to go into another short break as we reach into gold bracket semis, and we will see you there.
See you.
Welcome back to Shark Tank Shallow Waters gold bracket semi versus where oh my god, where Can You Spare Some Pain is going to fight Teapot, and this is going to be a very, very exciting set. I'm very looking forward to it. How about you, Wyvern?
1 second, I didn't see the set. Let me look at it.
Either way, I've heard a lot about these teams. I have heard a lot of good things. I'm familiar with one of them. I think I scrimmed them a little bit ago. They are very talented teams. These are going to be very awesome games. I'm looking forward to it drastically.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it too.
Oh, it's a different set. I'm on the wrong
Oh.
set, I think. I am going crazy. Where am I? I'm lost. Help.
Found it.
Thank you.
We have Can You Spare Some Paint versus 15 Over.
I hallucinated a team. Sorry, guys. Anyway, I still am looking forward to this set either way. My bad. Yeah. I believe the first match is Clamblitz. Oh, I'm on the money. Clamblitz Umami Ruins. I like this map a lot. These there have been a very. Is that double scorch XP? That's for later. That's for later. Anyway,
Okay, yeah.
Clamblitz Umami Ruins is a map of mine. I've liked all the maps this tournament. This is a pretty awesome. I'm having a good time commentating. I'm having a good time watching. This is a very fun tournament. All these teams are doing really well, and I'm really excited to see how these two teams do on these sets of maps.
Indeed, I really enjoy Umami, especially because especially like it is a very small map, but I feel like it has enough options to where it feels fun to play through. Especially as I think I was playing through Umami tower control like earlier today, and that was a pretty fun time. Inkblight tower control is also incredibly fun, especially with the two stacks there, where they're just fun to play around.
Definitely. Umami is a map that is small, but is big in a way that you don't notice it's small. And Inkblot is a map that is big, but in a way that you don't feel like it's big. They're a duo of maps that is very intrinsically confusing to me, but I like them both. I'm a fan of them both. Barnacle Zones Truther. And as we go into match 1 on Clamblitz Crab Lake, we will see our comps. And I'm very excited to see what these two teams pull out.
By the way, fun facts about Umami is that it is in the files of Splatoon 3, it is titled with factory. Please tell me what part of this map is a factory?
The climbing squid. Can you spare some paint with a little bit of paint? Kind of a contradictory name, but we're familiar with those in this tournament. But the dread and the shot on 15 over is going to be able to hold a lot of area, and just a lot of 2 down from completely zoned out. 2 down from Can You Spare Some Paint, but they were able to hold area and not lose too much ability, and they have a lot of friends with the Guya comes out, and the shot does have strikes, so they might be able the strikes to come out. Let's see if we can walk, and just a lot of clams and a lot of area holding from both teams. Very good clam economy. Very good clam economy.
Indeed, it very much seems like 15 over is trying to take and hold as much space in mid as they possibly can. We see the Zuka come out, and it unfortunately does not seem to get any picks alongside the shot trading with the I believe the other shot. And we see as the unfortunately their wiper also went out. And as we see here, what's it called? It seems like Can You Spare Me Some Paint is now officially taking over mid, and unfortunately for them, they do have the paint that they needed. Let's see if they're able to get this power clam inside of the basket.
That leader watching is very difficult, making it difficult for that heavy to walk forward, even if they do have the paint. The dread flanking behind. The wipeout, they were unfortunately unable to move fast enough, and as there are specials coming out from both sides, it's going to look like Can You Spare Some Paint is losing some area, but the hammer does come out, holding area, very just holding area. 2! Oh, just 1.
Oh,
Can they
one,
get the 2?
maybe
Can they
2,
finish
maybe 2.
it?
Yep, and
Got
2. Unfortunately,
If
it
they can
seems like
dump that
that
clam in.
shot has pushed the other two teams.
Josh,
Or
not
not,
Josh. Shot in
not
its own
other two
world.
teams. The shot has pushed the rest of their party members back, but they do get the power claim in, and they do get some points on the board.
A lot of points actually. Can you spare some paint? Pushing past the halfway point with strikes coming out and just area holding. One down, unfortunately, and it looks like 15 over is going to push back in the mid, taking time with a slider and a booyah. But one does go down, and Can You Spare Some Paint might have an opportunity to push with that blaster under right. Trading, yes, trading. Spoke too soon. But now with the slider gone, there's going to be a lot of paint and a lot of pressure gone. And the booyah also goes down to Casino Over, but there is a leader with a wave breaker holding area, but they do not have a lot of paint. But another one goes down from Can You Spare Some Paint. I don't get a chance to stop talking.
Definitely seems like this current match right now, even though it's only like halfway through,
Whoa!
is
Sorry.
definitely. Oh, yeah, that's a fair whoa. Oh my god! Huh? Okay, never mind. I was gonna say a back and forth. Definitely that still, but definitely more on the side of 15 over. Right after that wipeout.
Thing, and did they jump the clam in? They did, maybe not. I swear I saw a clam jump in, but they are able to hold. They have 2 more clams and still a lot of area to stall. And if they
Let's see if
run
this
back
momentum can get there somewhere. Get them somewhere.
another kill with a bomb. I don't think they can get more clams in time, but they do have a Zuka to hold. 1 shot out, 2 shots out, 3 shots out. Unfortunately, no kills, but 1 does go down through the chip, and another goes down. And 15 over is 3 down. Wow, whoa!
And another wipeout. Okay.
Locked in. Back and forth until they felt their groove, and now
Until they locked in.
Commentators curse. They go 3 down, and now it's just a shot. Can the shot lock change? Whoa! Got speaking gibberish. Shot backing up into mid, holding area, holding paint. They are trying to predict close to a Trizuka. Another one goes down. That shot is just doing a great job of holding mid. The Zulu comes out, unfortunately, goes down, but 15 over is able to get back in with the time that the shot stalled for them. But another one goes down from 15 over. The Wiper's walking up with hammer, and the leader does it, trade it out. Ooh.
Man, what a very interesting past like minute and a half we just witnessed.
Right
Definitely
back to it.
seems like 15 over just has Can You Spare Some Paint a bit more locked down, and they're definitely getting their pushes in a lot more. Let's
3-0 down now, and they have 2 clams. This could be a really good
Can You Spare Some Paint really does not have any paint on the board anymore. And as we go into overtime, let's see if Can You Spare Some Paint is able to get those 2 balls in. Unfortunately, their heavy goes down with the ball, and they're not able. Their wiper also goes down.
It's just the blaster.
They're gonna have to really.
Unfortunately, did not have time.
They would have had to really make something happen within the last like second of overtime if they really wanted to get that win.
That was very well done by both teams. I'm sorry for interjecting with whoas and wows every once in a while whenever something crazy happened. But that was a very entertaining set to me.
Yep, that was a very... Well, that was just a single match.
That was one? Okay, I think I'm going crazy, actually.
Man, what a set.
Wow.
Sir, it's only...
Just well done. Good games, you guys.
Sir, that's match 1.
There's at least 2 more? Well, I'm excited to watch that. If that was one match, I'm excited to see 2 more of those.
That was a very fun match, though. That was there was a lot of back and forth between both teams as 15 over Can You Spare Some Paint had them push back in the first half and was able to get a big lead, but 15 over just kind of pushed back even harder near the latter half of that match and just completely locked them out of basically anything. Ironically speaking, Can You Spare Some Paint did at the very end there just have no paint on the board, no control, as the E leader, well, not really E-Leader, but as a lot of the people on 15 over were just like constantly keeping the pressure up on them and constantly making sure that they just couldn't really make anything happen during the last second of overtime.
That dread and those sliders definitely had a big impact on how much paint could be on the map for both teams, and I wouldn't be I would be a little bit surprised, but I'd be happy to see that dread again because they're very talented, and those sliders made me gasp. So going into TC Inkblot relatively soon, I'm excited to see what, if any, comp changes we see. I would expect to see a Wiper again. I would expect to see there was a blaster last game, right? I didn't hallucinate.
Yeah, there was
that,
a
right?
blaster
Okay.
on at least one of the teams. I
Blaster.
forgot which one.
Oh, I'm remembering. It was, I can't remember. But either way, Blaster, well known for having AoE, is also well known for being relatively good on tower control, especially Inkblot with being able to just kind of standard to that right ledge if they aren't really paying attention. That's an easy two-shot if like the heavy per se was just kind of hanging out trying to paint and the blaster showed up. But it's really just I'm curious to see if Can You Spare Some Paint is willing to spare themselves some more paint, as that was a major difficulty for them, as 15 over was just able to constantly either use the paint to make it so they couldn't walk forward or kill them, so then there was less paint on the map for them to use. Trying to fuck on. They're okay. As we open up on this TC Inkblot, here we go. I'm curious to see if any of my predictions came true, or if I was just shooting in the dark and missed all of them. I think same comp. Looks like the same from Can You Spare Some Paint, but awesome. I freak with the Crab Dread. I let the leaders back with lot more entry from 15 over. That might be another condition into why they're able to move forward a little bit easier. The Stampers under left just kind of hanging out. Shot is very low if they're able to secure that kill. Immortal shot, but the Stamper works it out. Just able to take up top right. Never mind. Stamper just continuing to fight, gets another one. They're going crazy, just walking wherever they want to. Literally.
Oh wow, this Stamper is just like is just slaughtering them, not leaving them any fucking opportunity to just live. The entire yeah, they also have aura within like the first minute of the match as well.
Unfortunately, the Stamp does take out the Booyah just in time, but a crowd comes out and strikes him out to Can You Spare Some Paint. A push to 55 very early on is quite good, and if they are able to continue this, that'd be even better. With the shot unfortunately going down on top left to the Heavy and the Wiper walking up on the Dread. The Dread is very low and a lot of paint backing up inside of a bubble, and there I was down, and Can You Spare Some Paint is just walking as fast as they can. Unfortunately, the Stamper also goes down. There's no longer a Booyah, and there are 2 down on 15 over. Can You Spare Some Paint can definitely use this to take a lot of area, as the shot goes down again for 15 over, and 2 down again, and the leader being pushed out by the strikes, having to rotate, and they're very low, and unfortunately cannot jump out in time. Just Can You Spare Some Paint has been able to just stagger them consistently and just taking so much space, and they do get lead off of that.
Yeah, if they're able to get past this one ledge, that is a very good lead. At least as far as I'm aware, that ledge is probably the hardest spot to push into on Inkblot, and it definitely seems like both teams have gotten most of the way through that checkpoint. Because after that checkpoint, you can basically just sit there and stall for the rest of the match. We're going to see this Crab Dread come over here and maybe pop it over on tower as we get close enough to that ledge to hopefully stall the tower for the last few points on this checkpoint. They get knocked off by the blaster and get killed by someone, I couldn't see who. Then it definitely seems like Can You Spare Some Paint is completely just kind of not really kind of like tried pushing them out of there, and we're gonna see if that's was effective and worked. But unfortunately, 15 over is for them is right back there. And
how did that Dread live? How did that Dread survive that? Genuinely an all-black health bar running around is not their ink at all. If they survive this, I'm gonna freak out. Okay. Thank goodness a little bit. Not the hate, but that was getting absurd. The splash on Can You Spare Some Paint is definitely trying to, not to be cliche, spare some paint for their team, as the entire map is painted and they're consistently getting strike after strike after strike. But 15 over does have a strike now that they can work off of. With 2 under left, Can You Spare Some Paint is very split, but they are trying to hold area, and never mind their 3 down.
And they 3 down on the side of Can You Spare Some Paint. 15 over definitely seems to be very much just kind of knocking them down left and right. And we're gonna see if Can You Spare Some Paint is able to knock 15 over out of this one spot, or if 15 over is going to be able to break through the checkpoint and take the lead. Oh!
Very well done by the Dread. This Dread is a very talented player. Unfortunately, straight it out! Freaking awesome.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Can You Spare Some Paint has a habit, never mind, 15 over has a habit of trying to walk into spaces very quickly, but unfortunately they don't have the ability to hold them in its entirety, and the tower is far behind, so they're stuck in a 3v4. With the stretching out from 15 over and the booyah, if the damper can live here, get this booyah off, get 2.
Oh, wow.
So much paint in this area from 15 over. It's going to be very difficult for Can You Spare Some Paint to take over, especially if they just keep trying to force their way in without a real plan. This is a lead with 15 seconds left and 3 down from Can You Spare Some Paint. This might be game over unless this spot can pull out a Hail Mary game-saving play. But unfortunately, we go down, and they are just. Unfortunately, Can You Spare Some Paint has just cycled, just managed to cycle into 15 over and over again, leading into a 2-0 series so far.
Wow, that was certainly a match. It definitely was just about that one checkpoint. That one checkpoint kind of had both of the teams just stuck for a while, but 15 over definitely kept the pressure up so much more than Can You Spare Some Paint that it eventually, when you hit at the wall enough, it's going to break. And so that is what caused 15 over to finally be able to break through that checkpoint and get the lead at the end of that match there.
Just throwing themselves forward over and over and over again was able to secure them that area, as you said, and just that overwhelming paint, like that end splash, was unable to fully catch up, which was really unfortunate for Can You Spare Some Paint, as that rifle was unable to move as much as they wanted to, and same with the blaster. I'm curious to see if on zones they're going to try to swap it up, maybe throw in another painting weapon to hold everything together, or if they're just going to stick with the tried and true, less paint but more fighting power. Zones Barnacle might be an area where they might want to opt for maybe, I don't know what weapons they play, but just maybe like another shooter or like something that paints a little bit more so they can support that wiper, support that blaster just slightly better so they're able to take better space, but we'll just have to see when that comes into play. What do you think, Wyvdern?
I definitely agree with them just kind of needing to have more paint, but I also think that, well, I don't think paint is necessarily the issue. I think what is the issue is the fact that with a lot of their comp is they keep getting picked off a lot. They keep getting killed. And you can't really paint when you're dead. What they'll really need to do is they will really need to be able to just live. They'll really need to be able to just kind of push forward and live through whatever 15 over has in store for them. Definitely just, yeah, because what keeps ending up happening is, like, yeah, there are a few times where Can You Spare Some Paint is able to pick off a lot of the members of 15 over and get a push in, but they're not able to fully capitalize on that push because they usually end up getting picked off themselves by Can You Spare Some Paint shortly after.
Very true. The paint is definitely not the only factor, as 15 over has just been able to consistently use just space to hold Like, there were a couple of times that Stamper was able to do whatever they wanted, and then when they were in danger, they just popped Booyah to live and extend their life and able to get help from their teammates, and that was able to secure, just extend that push, extend that push, extend that push. 15 over has just been able to play risky, profit off of it, and then just continue to extend it through wacky scenarios that no one would have expected prior.
Yeah, it's definitely the matter of just they really need to just be able to live and really need to be able to make their pushes actually count and be able to fully capitalize on them.
As we go into Splat Zone's Barnacle, we are going to see if either team wants to change anything. 15 over, bringing in a mini, and can use First in Paint, sticking to the tried and true heavy zap wiper blaster. That leader's new, right? I'm not imagining that.
I think they had I could be wrong, but I believe that they had the leader. Probably not last match. I think they had the leader on Umami. Unfortunately,
yeah.
I forgot about the very last match.
But can use First in Paint, unfortunately going 3 down, and 15 over able to walk up. And they are now 2 specials, and they are going to try to do their extension thing over and over, getting paint, getting area, getting kills, and forcing that. Oh! 2 down from
Wow, that was a very impressive shot on the E leader.
Insane plays. Again, can use First in Paint is just locked out. The strikes are coming out, but unfortunately the wiper goes down. There are 2 down on 15 over, and this might be a chance for Team First in Paint to walk up with the blaster. Unfortunately, is walking a little bit ahead of his team, and his team is unable to help them as much as they could. The hammer coming out in the right street, pushing them out. Very little paint from Team First in Paint. 15 over just able to hold into 35. 2 down from Team First in Paint again. 3 down, but 2 down on 15 over. This might be a chance if they can regroup, but the blaster does go down.
Kenny Spares and Paint is really going to have to make something happen here. They're really going to have to get a lot of the essential picks off, and unfortunately, it does not seem to be happening. Again, this same match just kind of proves what I was saying beforehand of Kenny Spares and Paint really needs to just live. They really need to be able to just get a lot more picks off of 15 over and be able to what's it called?
Unfortunately, got locked out, and that is a 3-0 for 15 over, and that they are going to finals with the Fishy SBF 96 users, and we will be back to commentate that in just a little bit.
See you there.
Welcome back, gang, to Shark Tank Shark. Oh my God, off to a bad start. Shark Tank Shallow Waters Gold Bracket Finals, where we are going to see Fishy S plus 92 users at 15 over battle it out in a best of 5 with counter picks. The first map is Splat Zone's Mako Mart, I believe, and that is going to be very interesting to see, as we've seen both of these teams fight on Mako Mart and do very well in their respective categories. So I'm very excited to see how they pull it out, and if Fishy S plus 92 users ever does bring out the last 92. I'm looking forward to it.
They're either going to bring out the S-Blast 92 at least once or be total frauds. I'm sorry.
Don't know what
I do find it incredibly funny when people like brand their entire identity around a singular weapon and they just don't use that weapon. Like, you'll come across in like solo queue, like a guy who's named like, man, I love Carbon Roller. Carbon Roller's the best thing to ever exist. And then they're gonna be playing like fucking like, I don't know, like Dappled Louise.
25 cents. They play whatever falls to them, and well, we can't talk too much smack, as Fishy S plus 92 users has gone to finals without an S plus 92 unless they pulled it out when they were away from prying eyes. But with these two teams going at it again after fighting multiple times on stream already, this is going to be a very much anticipated set that I'm hoping that is as much fun to watch as all the previous ones have been.
Indeed, definitely excited to see this match go down, especially with what we've seen with them before, with both these teams beforehand.
Oh yeah. They're both two very talented teams who play in a very, very fast, very quick, very way that wins games, obviously, as they have been able to very, very, very quickly and very successfully make their way to finals in this tournament. So it's going to be. I'm very curious to watch. I'm very excited to watch. I've been a fan. I'm not to be that guy, but I've been a fan of both these teams this entire tournament. This is gonna be a very fun thing, though. In case I haven't said it enough, I'm very excited to see this. Wyvdern, if you had to place a bet on something happening in this game other than a team winning in Splatoon, what would it be?
Someone getting splatted.
Ooh, that's a good pick. That's a good clever, very deep pull. I
would have to see all of these comps coming out before I make the bet. Trust me, I'll make it within the first 5 seconds.
Sorry, I tried preemptively pulling the trigger. I really want to see something funny. I want to see something curious. I want to see something wacky. I want to see them pull out something unexpected. No harm, no foul if they don't. But I love a freak. I love a freak weapon pull.
Actually, if they don't, we're going to execute them live on camera.
That is a falsehood. She is talking lies. Lander, do not listen to her at all. Please, we will get sent to hell.
I don't know about you, but executing people live on stream is my favorite hobby.
You can't be saying that. I was right in Splat Zone's Mako Mart. I believe I've seen both these teams. I'm 99% sure I've seen these teams play Mako Mart, and both of them are doing very well. Same with Zones. Zones games have been very, very good for these two teams, as they've been able to hold area and just secure, and push. It's gonna be. I'm curious to see if they try out the same strategies, or if they've been peering at the stream and seeing other strategies that have been going on and tried to figure out a way to counterpick something that the other team has been doing. So it's just intriguing. That's the word. That makes more sense in this setting.
Yeah, definitely excited to see what they do with Mako Mart, especially with a lot of those narrow hallways. Especially, I believe at least one of them. Oh, and we are starting. Especially with it seems the fact that they usually like to bring out a blaster, and never mind, they did not. I am a total liar, total fraud.
This game. My prediction came through. There's a V-Dapple. I'm a big fan of that. I freak with that vibe a lot. The V-Dapple and the Wiper are just going to be walking forward, and that dread and that heavy are going to pain a lot. But that dread and that shot from the other team are just going to secure the. Hey, 2 dreads. I just realized that. but 2 going down from Fishy SLS 92 users, and no, yeah, 15 over is able to hold area quickly and very securely with Heavy holding it top left, top left, with Wave Breaker. Oh, slider! Was that a 3? Was that a triple slider?
I believe so.
Great way to
Either it
start a game.
was, or like the others just kind of killed like 3 of them as well.
3 happened to disappear as the slider happened unrelated. That would make sense if they do have aura. That would probably mean they got a triple. But again, the 1 down from each side with the
Oh,
slider.
and another reef slider.
Infinite reef slider coming from the Dreadringer, 2 down from 15 over. If Fishy SLS 92 users can hold this area as they have been able to, then this might be a relatively quick game. But S15 over is playing smart. They're not rushing. They're not wasting potential. They have a Booyah and they have Paint. They're walking forward with their abilities, and they're not just throwing it all away in hopes of 1 push. If they can pop a slider on this zone to help cap, but they unfortunately get traded out by their Dapple, and 15 over loses all of their painting potential. That's just the leader. If the leader, this might unfortunately be Raps unless this leader can somehow paint the entire zone, and it could not. That was a very stellar game from Fishy SLS 92 users. They
just kind of pushed them out of the way and just kind of kept them there. And 15 over just really could not get Fishy SLS 92 users just to basically just push through and be able to just kind of hold any part of the map. And unfortunately, that was just a death sentence for them.
Fishy SLS 92 users did a great job of holding that zone, and now that 15 over is down 1, we are going to be able to see what they are going to counterpick. If you had to guess, based on a comp, if you had to place just on a mode, don't get into the map, though that's too difficult. If you had to guess a mode, what do you think they would pick out of everything? Wyvern.
I think that either wait, which team is counterpicking?
15 over.
Okay. I think probably like maybe tower control, because they definitely seem to do very well on that 1 tower control. They also might do well on clam blitz as well, something where they can kind of have a bit more time to push themselves at that wall until it eventually gives, which definitely seems to be part of the plan.
They definitely have been able to succeed a lot if they've had a lot of chances, like if they've been able to just kind of wear down the opponent's resources through brute force and pure mechanical skill. So, but it seems that they are picking splat zones. So that is a pick that I like this map mode. This is an unexpected pull, actually. This feels like a spot, especially after the last game, where Fishy SLS 92 might have an edge up, but we'll have to see what 15 over is bringing out here, because it is their pick, and they must be confident if they're bringing it out in grand finals.
They really must. Yeah, I do agree as well. I wonder if their plan is going to use the either the additional space from when the water does drop to either that, or the less space you get when the water is whenever there's less space on the map.
Definitely, and we're about to find out as we're going into this map with minimal changes from 0 changes, I don't think, actually, from Fishy SLS 92 users. Same comp from both sides.
Yeah, it seems to be a just kind of a run back.
Reef Slider of Doom and Despair on Fishy SLS 92 users with 2 mains of special power up. That will kill anything on the map ever. 1 Viper goes down early from Fishy SLS 92 users, and 15 over is able to take a lot of space early. 2 go down, and 3 go down to Fishy SLS 92 users, and 15 over only loses 1, and they are able to hold a lot of area with a lot of paint. They do have a slider, and if one tries to drop, it might be detrimental, especially if they drop right. And there's just a lot of area held on for 15 over, and there's not much that can be done on either scenario.
The Fishy SLS 92 users pop that tactical, causing any deaths here to just kind of be null and void. As
I didn't know that slider could still cap zone, and 4 go down on 15 over, and Fishy SLS 92 users is able to just take space once more instantly, and that is just... Sorry, I thought slider couldn't cap zone anymore. I'm still shell shocked. The Wiper is not Wiper. Yes, Wiper. Stamper. Oh! Okay. Well done. Well done, Mare Bear. Collateral. That's beautiful. Down from Fishy S 92, 92 users, and the leader is pushing up, holding area, and they are back into being 15 over. Sorry, 15 over is control, and the leader is going crazy. Oh my god, just getting any pick they want whenever they want. They have a wave breaker.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's a delayed quad. That's a delayed quad. Well done. Holy guacamole. This is. The camera is not fanning off of this leader because they have not stopped killing anybody. This is very beautiful done. The timer is 15 down to 15 over as they're able to hold area. The Wiper is on right with Hammer, and the Slider comes out. The Hammer comes out too. They do cap zone, but they do try to preemptively think they're going to go 2 down, but Fishy SS 92 actually goes 2 down, and 3 down delayed, right?
I think so, and either way, Fishy S 92 users definitely get the definitely get a push in and definitely cap, not as if there's any question about it, cap the zone. And let's see if they're going to be able to hold it here as 15 over kind of pushes inwards.
2 down from Fishy S 92 users, so this might be a chance for them to push up with the Slider coming out. Tapping the zone because Slider chooses not dead apparently. Wiper dead under left. Sorry, I was just talking over you. I just got astonished.
Yeah, they definitely got a lot of traded out, and it definitely seems to be, unfortunately, on the for the side of 15 over, definitely seems to be at their disadvantage, as Fishy S 92 users definitely started getting a bit more, putting a lot more pressure before jumping out with that dread there, and but the Wiper also seems to be putting pressure up against that splatter shot with the sword coming in and dying. We see a Reef Slider come in on the side of Dread. Doesn't seem to be doing much as the heavy Splatling just kind of paints over anything that the Dread puts down so that they can cap the zone once again. They might with the... Oh, that's the heavy went down. Okay, so they do get lead, and Fishy S 92 has another opportunity to hold with a Wiper, with a Hammer. One does go down, and 15 over is pushing up. But if that Wiper is able to shark and pull out that Hammer at the right time, this could be very, very, very good for them, but unfortunately they do get picked off by the Dread, but the Slider does come out, but the opposing Slider comes out. Good Slider versus Slider, who wins?
I remember something about a hamburger helper being said earlier when something similar happened, but I'm unsure if it's accurate or not. And FS 92 users are able to push back up with that Wiper, killing that Dread, and the Stamper is pushing back up. The Heavy unfortunately picks them off, but there's just this is a much more back and forth game than last game. Very entertaining to watch. 1 minute left with the zone flipping back and forth with very little difference between these two scores. Yeah, it definitely seems to be. This match definitely seems to be going a bit of somewhat back and forth. Not a whole lot, but let's see if 15 over is able to hold real fast, because Fishy S 92 users definitely big push in here, or else they're going to lose the lead. And they do, in fact, lose the lead. A Cooler comes out with the Dapples, and it definitely seems like... oh, they jump back. Unfortunately, they really need to either cap or they cap the zone. Oh, what?
Wow!
Oh my god! I did not know. I keep forgetting that Drake can do that apparently because they have infinite. Hammer gets another kill. They're 2 down from 15 over. Fishy S 92 users going from a near like, oh, game's over, well done, but they are just able to take it back and are able to hold 8 seconds left, but they are 2 down with all of them up on 15 over, and 15 over is holding the zone. Fishy S 92 users need to do something quick, but they do go 2 down, and unfortunately 15 over does take that game. I did not know that Slider could still cap a zone. Was that solo, or was that were people helping them?
Well, I think it was also with the help of just Dread's main weapon as well. I don't believe it has the ability to cap the zone, but it can contest the zone, if I remember correctly.
Either way, that double, that 2 mains of at least 2 mains of special power up makes me really sad. And as we go into this, Fishy S it is now Fishy S 92 users who literally, what am I talking about? Fishy S 92 users' chance to take over the counter pick and see what they will pick. I'm predicting somewhere where that Wiper can shark and do whatever they want, because that Wiper has been doing very well.
Yeah, that Wiper, both both of their swords have been doing like pretty well, and that Wiper especially has been doing pretty
Very
good,
nice.
and that E-Leader has been getting a lot of good picks.
Oh my god, the collateral. Sorry.
The E-Leader just kind of like that one pick on the, I believe it was the Dapple Doolies in the middle of the match there was very impressive. It was very very like cool and awesome.
Leader players are so scary. I've yet to meet a leader player who doesn't instill fear into the very like bottom and depth of my heart. They're so talented. These teams are just able to play off of each other so well, and this looks like it's going to be a very close set. And I'm very excited to keep watching. I'm very curious to see what they're going to pull out, because I don't think neither team can pull out of zones now. So I would be surprised to see a tower or clams, because I feel like that's where these stampers with these wipers, neither of them, most of them actually, where these Furkanas would profit the most. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do. Just gazing at this counter pick until it's chosen, because I'm so curious.
Anyways, yeah, I'm very curious to see what they choose as well.
Sorry to segue a little bit, completely off topic, but those two Dread players on either side just being able to push and fight and using those sliders so well, I envy Dread players. They're just such a cool weapon, and these two players are very, very talented and very, very aggressive and very, 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 very. They get a lot of kills.
Yeah,
it's very.
I really like that one part where there was one person who popped Slider and then the other person popped it. Fucking Reef Slider versus Reef Slider.
Whoever pops it second wins. That's a very fun interaction to watch, because you pop Slider and then you're in the invincibility strain and then you think you're gonna get so many kills, and then another Slider comes out and just you gotta have to stare there for 3 seconds as their invincibility kills you as your invincibility runs out, and you just kind of have to gaze at the screen and drop the controller and just put your head in your hands.
Yeah.
Very fun interaction.
Definitely. Also, just Reef Slider is just a very fun special. Like, it... Unfortunately, I don't have, like, the foresight to use it well, so I usually end up using it and then dying. But it is still incredibly fun, and it's just incredibly fun to see people who do know how to use a special well, use it well. And it definitely seemed like both of those Dread players were just really good at getting the most out of their Reef Slider. Even if it was just aimed at the zone, they still were able to get a good amount of value out of it.
The slider requires a crystal ball and infinite foresight to be able to properly use it, and it's just them the consistent good slider after good slider after good slider after good slider was just I'm very impressed by a good slider player. And recalling that heavy just painting so much. I'm just gonna glaze every person on each team. That heavy was just able to paint so much and able to hold the zone. When that Dread popped Slider on like the front right zone ish and was contesting zone, and the heavy just kind of looked at the zone and painted it, that made me giggle a little bit. I like playing heavy. Heavy's a very fun weapon.
Yeah. So what mode do you think that they're going to pick, Spec?
I'm gonna bet it all on clams. I really think a clam's gonna come out. I don't know. I don't know if I can predict a map. I don't have every map in this map pool memorized, but Clamblitz. I'm sure of it. I know it's gonna be clams. I just know it. I really like to see these two teams play clams, because the first game was kind of a blowout, but the second game was very like trading hits, trading punches. But so I'm curious to see what they do. I know it's gonna be clams. If it's not clams, I don't know what I'll do, but I'll make a big frowny face, I guess.
If it's not clams, I will disappear into the depths, never to be seen again.
Genuinely. falling away forever. I'm still, it worked out because they were able to win, but I'm surprised they pulled out zones again. I would not have that confidence, and that confidence is a very, very powerful thing, especially to have in finals. If you're confident in your own ability and able to just, you lose zones, okay, pick zones, we'll win this time. That's a very good thing to have, and if 15 over can continue that, then that's going to happen. I was wrong! It wasn't Clams. It was not Clams, it was TC.
All right, guys, this will be the last you see of me for all
No.
eternity.
Wyvdern, no! It was just a joke! Ink blot though, I think that stamper, I remember being that opening. I think last set it was.
Yeah, it was the last set. That Stamper's opening was really good. They got Aura in like the first like 15 seconds.
it was very beautifully done. So I'm very excited to see if that Stamper comes out again. Oh, here comes the game. Exciting. Booyah Stamper. It's gonna be here. Booyah Stamper. I'm predicting it. I got my finger on my temple and I'm squinting my eyes. Just imagine that I'm doing all this. That's not a great sign, but I'm sure it'll be okay. I was right.
Maybe
Booyah
their Switch
Stamper.
is just loading slowly.
Oh, two Booyah Stampers. And Crab Dread again.
That Wiper, I believe it was their Wiper just swapped off over to, I believe Sticker Stamper is the name?
Yeah.
I personally call it, like...
One goes down heavy. Oh, two goes down from 50S plus 92 users and users. 15 over, able to hold space again. Just holding mid, pushing tower already. Zap kind of alone, sequestered under left, and they're taken out by the Stamper. Stamper going up top left very early. Astra, that Booyah Stamper with the ability to live forever, just always up there, gets another kill. 3 specials 50 over, they're going to be able to do a lot. Booyah to continue. They're still alive, but the Booyah on tower. I'm so lost. Split, oh, never mind.
Oh,
okay.
wow, okay.
They jump in. Oh my god, what?
I believe a fair bit of 15 over is just now dead. And it seems like Fishy S-Blast 92 users are just, like, pushing in and starting to try and contest space. Let's see if either they can push in and get a lead, or if 15 over is going to be able to push them back into their base.
That Blaster pushing up ramp, getting an early double. That's a really good. The Blaster and the Bats would be hard for them to get rid of. The leader is in their flat, just holding area. 15 over needs a special, and it looks like the Blaster might have just gotten a quad. Did I imagine that? Or are they just gonna keep going? Love of the game. Whatever pulls at their heartstrings, just holding that bad until the day they die. And there they go. There's another one. And can they make
what
it?
What an example of.
Another wipeout. The Blaster from the Fishy SS 92 users, speaking up to their name, just holding area. I think they are on a 7 streak right now.
Oh, I think they're about to just get that knockout. And yeah, oh wow.
And it's a repeat of the Zones game. Hey.
Okay, that.
15 over can counterpack TC and win if they continue their strategy from last time, just having the confidence to counterpick what they just lost on and win. They counterpack TC. I don't know the map, but TC again. That would be a very clever way to try to phase them out, trick them up. But based on that game, me personally, I would not have the confidence. But 15 over believes in themselves enough, and those that was very well done. Sorry, I'm just still in shock that Blaster was allowed to do all that. Sorry, I'm just gonna recall back. Did anybody else see that mini jump in and get 2? Did I imagine that? I feel like the mini jumped in and was surrounded by like 3 people. That was very beautiful, and I really wanted to bring it up.
Thank you, Ghost, in our collective heads.
Counterpick the Clams Museum. I was off by 1. I knew. The ghouls are telling me that every commentator for Shark Tank is given a little ghoul that tells them things about Shark Tank. I don't know if I repeated what the ghost said exactly, but I'm getting interference. Clams
Yeah, the
Museum.
ghost is kind of cutting in and out, surprisingly.
Clams Museum is going to be. I was right. I did predict clams. I was just off by one note. I was off by one game. And Fishy SLS 92 years is currently up 2-1.
Maybe I won't disappear for all eternity. Maybe I'll just like be
Disappear for a little
like
bit.
semi-transparent for all eternity.
Be a ghouly little guy. I'm excited to see. It's kind of. I don't know if it's like actually a good play to make, but I always like to drop right early game, and I want to see if they'll try that and freak it out. So it's all dependent on what they decide to do. I'm very curious to see if they bring back the double booyah stamper or if they go back to the wiper tried and true.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that as well, especially when Wiper seemed to do very well for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
These players are also talented. The sports are painting so much. The backlines are just holding areas so well, and the front lines just kill. It's a very beautiful set. This is a very fun set to watch. I'm having a great time. Thank you, Wyvern, for hanging out with me as we talk about this game.
Thank you for also hanging out. It's been fun. It's been fun yapping and stuff.
Woo! I'm glad we get one to two more games depending on how these teams do on this next Museum I'm just gonna say Museum.
Museum del Foncito.
What do you mean? I do a great job. Game starting now. Talking to the ghouls in my head.
See any comp changes?
Taking a long time, but that's probably gonna be okay. It was fine last time. The wiper comes back and a gal instead of
a
dread,
gal.
Yeah. But again, the crab dread, booyah stamper, sticking to the tried and true. Doesn't look like we're gonna see any early right flanks, but we are seeing a lot of movement into the map, just holding area. The stamper from 15 under Astra just holding that area 2 down from Fishy SLS 92 users. Make it through it. Never mind. I thought that was gonna kill them. But they are just holding up, walking up ramp, getting clans. And they are just with the zap. That's a zap, right? The zap is walking forward, doing whatever they want, getting a jump out. One behind. If Astra is noticing this and they hold, what's happening? What is this zap?
What was the
we move
plan?
On. That's a strategy we don't understand yet because we're not at their level. So the stamper from 15 over, up top right, 7 clans with a booyah.
It was a strategy given to them by a higher being.
It was given to them in a prophecy. The whales on this booyah are going to get hard to live, and the gal walking out, but she's sniped by a Zuka. Whoa.
Oh, and walked directly into a suction bomb, which is very unfortunate for them.
I would laugh, but I've done this. I did the same thing 20 minutes ago when I was playing X rank, so I can't talk.
Oh, I do the same thing.
The Fishy SLS 92 users has a lot of paint. There's one down from 15 over, and they don't necessarily have the clams, but they are holding the area. And 15 over, there goes the scamper. There goes Astra, just doing whatever they want. Astra
and that's 3 down.
I feel like I'm talking about Astra a lot, but that's because they keep getting killed, and they're in my sight lines. Close to a booyah again with little. I can't actually see the amount of clams, but I'm assuming that it's a reasonable amount. I'm assuming they have at least 9 clams that they can walk with. Unfortunately, 2 do go down from 15 over. 3.
Unfortunately, that is pretty much just a wipe, and the shot is forced to just kind of walk back and try to contain as much space as a single V shot can possibly keep.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely struggling with on the side of 15 over with the space. They keep coming in trying to get a lot of control and then dying and then getting pushed back. But the thing is that you can also say that on the side of Fishy SLS 92 users as well. They keep getting a lot of map control and just not being able to.
But...
Yeah, you're fine. and just not being able to really do much with it. Maybe we're going to be able to see the 15 over push here. Oh, wow.
With a Booyah, 2 clams in, push to 60. This is a very, very good start. Like a game of ping pong where they finally hit it really hard and the other guy couldn't hit him. But 15 over is now, I can't count, however many they are up right now with the shot, having a good time. Here comes Azuka, up top left. Looks like they might get picked up by the wiper, but they kill him. They kill him, and they're all still there. Do they have plans to hold this absent, or are they just going to be hanging around? Unfortunately, the heavy does pick them off, and the heavy is just watching that Stamper on top right, but we're just pushing up in their plat spinner, trying to ignore the Stamper as the Stamper does drop, and they take back their control. But that is a very good push to 36 for 15 over. That's just that's wow.
Yeah, what an incredibly good moment right there. And we're seeing as Fishy S+92 users are kind of trying to make their push in towards 15 over's basket, but it seems like 15 over is getting a pretty good defense as the clam carrier just jumps out and jumps back in over to their base. Are they going to be able to get that ball in?
They do, but they do go down as well, and they don't have much control in that area as 15 over did when they had their push, so it's going to be harder for them to hold. But if that gal can sneak a clam in, then it might be able to extend it. When they do sneak 3, they sneak 4 clams in. Very well done. But unfortunately, they do go down. They're jumping 6 more clams in, but unfortunately not enough to score. They score another clam and jump out. This is just do whatever they want. You know, with football, when they throw it backwards, that's what they're trying to do right now. 30 seconds left in this game. Fishy S+ users has a power clan again, and they have area, but they don't really have specials, and 15 over is trying to push back up. Did I say that? I don't know. I've mixed up the team's names. Yellow team needs to move fast, and blue team has gotten 2 kills so far.
And it seems like the spread now also has aura as well, which is going to be a pretty decent boost to their fighting power. Unfortunately, they go down thanks to someone. I did not see who it was. There were 3 people shooting at him.
The Stamper does jump out with Booyah, so it's going to be another thing that they have to work through. Missed the jump, but still gets the clam in, right? No,
it's just barely not enough to get that clam in. And it seems like that's going to be it for this match going into a game 5.
Very, very, whatever. Didn't even want to have a sentence to speak. This is a very very good set. These teams, they're like counter each other perfectly. Fishy S+92 users, the aggression is just able to always be kept up at 15 over. They're just patient. They're always able. One of these teams is very fast. The other team is very patient. I can't remember which team I said is which, but they're able to work off each other very well. And these sets have been going very well. And I'm very excited to see what the final match is counterpicked to, as it is now Fishy S+92 users' chance to do it once more. And as they've shown again, when they counterpick, they do well. But then still has 15 over. So
yeah, it definitely seems like 15 over has a little bit more definitely does a little bit better with the slower modes like clam and zones. Ignore the first zones match for my point, but it definitely seems like when they're able to take their time to be able to create a strong front, they seem to do really well.
These teams, yeah, yep.
Which makes me very curious as to what we're going to see on this next counter pick.
I wonder if we're going to see Rainmaker. Because Fishy S+92 users can either pick clams again or pick Rainmaker to throw it off, and we have yet to see Rainmaker. Who even knows? But I do think that for Fishy S+92 users, if they could pick Tower again, but unfortunately they cannot. Zones and Tower seems to be, I mean, we've only played 3 modes, so it's hard to say which is their best, but they've been able to do very well on Zones and Tower. Clamblitz was a bit unfortunate, 15 over was just able to hold space, but I don't know if that's said this yet, but I'm curious to see what they counterpick to.
Yeah, me too. I'm also definitely curious to see as to what weapon comps are going to be brought out. Are we going to be seeing the same thing on the side of 15 over that we've seen the past few matches, or are we going to be seeing which team did I just mention? I forgot. I know
Me
like
too.
5 things. Okay.
I keep losing my train of thought. I feel so bad. Oh, we are gonna see Rainmaker. I wonder what the map's gonna be. I'm so curious. Oh, never mind. Rainmaker Humpback makes me sad. I mean, it's a good map mode. I'm excited to see what these teams do. This is gonna be a very interesting game. I'm so excited to watch.
Give me...
I do think this is. I'm interested to see. This is a very bucket central map, and there is a dread on both sides. So I'm wondering if they will pull out the dread or if they'll try to pull out something else, try to surprise the other team. I would be surprised to see 2 dreads, especially with the chip and the paint. But I'm curious.
I'm definitely curious to see, as well as how they're gonna do on that like right elbow for Humpback, because that right elbow can be very like devious to get through, very annoying. I hate it so much.
What do you mean? That's so. You don't mean you're talking about Choke Point Central? You think Choke Point Central is the most annoying part of the map? You think that's the part you don't like? What? That's the most fun part. How it's impossible to walk through. I'm very curious to see how these teams work through it, because if I remember correctly, there isn't much. There isn't like a bubble on either of these teams, or like there are sliders. There's 2 dreads, but like I usually like a bubble here. But
Yeah,
we'll just have to wait and see. Oh, it's also ringing. Sorry. Again, it'll taking a little bit long to load, but it's happened for the past 4 games and it's been fine. So I trust in the heart of the cards. No dread from that team, from Fishy SS92 years, forgot the weapon, but there is a double bucket. I like double bucket on this map a lot. With that, Slosher's gonna have a lot of good angles to place in with the dread. The leader might have a hard time, but that 96 gal with the back is going to also be very beneficial for Fishy S92 users. A lot of pink early on, early what's the word? Early pop from I can't remember the name. Fishy S92 users, and they do get, unfortunately not, I jumped the gun. The Rainmaker does get popped early and is unable to get checkpoint, but they do get checkpoint, although they do get picked off with a lot of paint. But it looks like that 15 over might get the chance to push up with the strikes and grain pop coming through. They do have a slider as well, so it's all just a waiting and watching game. We'll see who waits and walks the best here.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what inevitably happens with this. Oh shit!
Oh, hammer! There goes the hammer.
Oh my god!
Okay, good. Wow, that's a yep.
Yep, that is a
That's
solid
good
like
hammer,
20-point
good
lead
hammer.
right there.
Oh my, not just a 20. That's a. I don't know for words in case you couldn't tell. So 2 specials from 15 over. They drop rain past left, but the vac is a little bit off kilter from Fishy SS92 users. And they're pushing fast left, but they are getting watched now. It's just the Rainmaker, so their only option is kind of stall until they get back or drop it. They could drop it too. They do get wiped out, and that is going to allow Fishy SS92 users to walk very quickly, unless they get picked up by Astra.
And that's another wipeout. Oh my, wow! They really just like are getting just massacred out here. They really need to be able to they really need to make something happen in order to be able to make in order to get the lead, because a 13-point lead on Humpback is just very like hard to like come back from. It's a very good lead, and they're really going to be
15 over does need to slow down a little bit. They're continuously walking. They're getting kills, but they are getting picked off. The bucket especially is dropping a lot, and the Dread 2 down again with just the leader in the shadow. It's going to be hard for them alone to stop this push. But with the bomb coming out, no specials, Zuka coming out, no picks, no. Oh, and the Zap guy got a 1v1 kill, very impressive. But the Heavy is now just holding mid, and that's going to be hard because the Heavy can just paint and just spray pellets everywhere, make it hard for 15 over to walk forward. Wiper coming up, getting another kill on the Dread. 2 down from Fishy SS92 users. 3 down. This might be a chance for 15 over to walk, especially with the strike. They're a little bit early, so the Rain isn't going to be able to walk as much with them. And the Heavy and the 96 are just watching that, keeping that painted. They might get checked here, but it might be hard for them to get past that, especially with one going down. And the Wiper flank there, 2 down from Fishy SS92 users. So if they can do that properly, okay. And 3 down. It's just a bucket. 4 down.
Definitely.
Blade
4 down, definitely just knocking that entire push dead into the ground and just completely stopping it in its tracks. Again, 15 over is just going to really need to do. Oh wow, that is a kill with the right. That is another wipeout. That might be game, honestly.
If they can walk fast. Oh, they have back too. Yep, that's
GG's. Yep, that's game.
Well done.
That's GG's.
Well done, Fishy.
Wow.
And there you have it, folks. The winner of Shark Tank Shallow Waters 39, I believe, is Fishy SS92 users with a very, 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 very well fought set from 15 over. And both teams did very well, but unfortunately 15 over could not handle the what's it called? The aggression and the consistency that came from that back.
Yeah, that was just incredibly good gameplay on the side of both teams. Honestly, on the side of like a lot of the teams here that we've like seen, they've been like doing really good. But like Fishy S92 users just like completely, not completely, but they definitely did very good here and definitely deserve the win.
Mm-hmm. When they won, they won. They did a really good job here. Both teams did a great job, but Fishy SS92 users was just able to consistently secure that early game, hold, and win. It was just a little bit more often than 15 over. But that was a very well fought, very well played set from all teams. GG's. That was yeah, I like watching that set a lot. That was very fun. I appreciate you guys for playing that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's been fun.
Yeah. Now, as Shark Tank Shallow Waters, the stream comes to a close. Wyvern, where can people find you if they want to reach out and hang out with you more often?
You can find me at wyverndev.bluesky.social on Blue Sky. You can there's also you can also find me on twitter.com under Wyvern Developer. And then yeah, that's pretty much it in terms of social media places where you can find me. Where can the people find you? I'm a hermit fellow, but I occasionally stream tournament runs with my Chud team Pacemaker on my twitch.tv/spectrebonk, and if you want to watch other people from Pacemaker, there's twitch.tv/chirpychip and twitch.tv/QRSTUVV. I'm plugging my entire team because those are my friends and I like them a lot. Thanks for listening to us talk tonight, folks. This was a very fun set. I'm very glad I got the chance to commentate this. Have a good night, everybody. And have a good night.
Thanks for commentating with me, Wyvern.
Yeah, thank you for commentating. Fun. It's been fun.
Woo!
I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah.
Bye,
good night, everybody.